At this time, we would ask those in attendance to please keep your videos off and your audios muted unless presenting information or speaking in public comment. We're offering translation services for our Spanish-speaking attendees, and to access translation, click on the globe at the bottom of your screen and then the language. At this time, we'd ask anyone who needs translation to click on the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and raise your hand. And I will now ask for one of our talented translators to please translate that into Spanish for us.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos. Esta sesión va a estar siendo traducida al español. Vamos a tener 3 intérpretes esta noche. Si necesitan nuestros servicios, por favor, a la parte inferior de la pantalla van a ver junto a participantes un globo terráqueo. Por favor, hagan clic en el globo terráqueo y después seleccionen intérprete. Inmediatamente después de que yo termine de hablar, lo van a activar. También les pido que si no les toca hablar, por favor, pongan su micrófono en silencio, a menos de que hayan sido aceptados para hacer algún comentario público. Gracias, bienvenidos.
Gracias, Maria.
Participants, I think we're...
One more thing.
I see her prayer.
Now where's the volume?
Ellen, you're on mute.
Sorry, I don't know how that happened. Go ahead.
Thank you. Prior to our, immediately prior to this open session, the board met in closed session and had a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and also potential threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. I will now ask for a consensus on the order of business. Everyone okay? All right, great, thank you. And I want to point out that when we get to item, the only change in the business for this evening is that the Monarch Grove Elementary Program highlights will not be presented this evening. We're due to the anticipated possible length of this meeting tonight, we will have them, we'll have them back another time. I don't know if we have any of our student representatives here this evening. If you are, would you please raise a hand? We're trying to, we've got a lot going on in the background here.
Hi, I'm here from Oregon.
Oh, you're back on the beach again. Yay.
Hi. So I'm Rosalie from Morro Bay, as you probably figured out at this point. And kind of what we have going at Morro Bay is nothing really new per se, just kind of same old stuff. On Tuesday, December 15th, I'm almost positive is the date, we have our virtual variety show, and we have a lot of cool entries for that already. There's like people that have short films, like athletic edits, and then we also have someone like solving a Rubik's Cube, obviously music, singing. So we're all really excited for that. We hope that it turns out, more signups, all that good stuff. And then this week at Morro Bay for ASB, we have Thankful Week going. So yesterday was Show Your Appreciation for Staff, whether it's like dressing up as a staff member or just like posting a shout out on Instagram or sending in a photo or just a comment about a staff member that you appreciate, favorite teacher. And today was Hand Turkey Tuesday. So we had a hand turkey drawing competition, which was super cute and super fun. And then we just have like more of that good, happy stuff kind of going on this week. And then in addition, Interact Club is doing a canned food drive, which is super awesome, especially during this time period. There's a lot of people in need. So that's pretty much what we have going on Morro Bay, planning a lot of stuff for second semester, trying to figure out what Pirate of the Year is going to look like for homecoming and all of that, depending on if we're online or semi-in-person. So just a lot of planning, trying to get a lot of that morale up. So that's pretty much what's going on at Morro Bay. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. And Rosalie, have a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday.
Thank you. You guys too. Enjoy your vacation.
Thank you. And then I understand, oh, Mr. Millar, Rosalie, are you still here?
I wanted to ask Rosalie, how's the surf?
It was pretty pretty nice this afternoon. I didn't get a chance to go out today. I was tutoring, but I'm hoping tomorrow it's going to look good too, so I can go out then.
Supposed to be big, be careful.
The sunset's gorgeous though. It's absolutely
Good.
stunning.
Oh,
Oh, wow, thank
beautiful.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Have a great afternoon, you guys.
Thank you, you too. All right, then I understand that Ben Jackson is here from San Luis Obispo High School. Hi, Ben. Thanks for coming.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, so at Slow High right now, this week we have the canned food drive going on. So kids from break and parking lot drop off their canned food, and then that's gonna go to the homeless this upcoming week and during Thanksgiving break, help them out. We also have a trivia game night going on tonight. It's a fun Kahoot game night put on by the ASB, and anyone can come to it. Just has different categories such as sports, science, history, all types of trivia. So that's a fun little thing we're putting on tonight. And other than that, sports on campus, I know a few have been canceled recently due to the spike in cases. However, hoping they go back soon. But other than that, just Thanksgiving break coming up. But yeah, that's what's going on at Slow High right now.
Thanks, Ben, and enjoy. Have a great Thanksgiving to you as well.
Yeah,
Thanks so
You
much
as well.
for your participation. Yeah, we'll see
Take
you
care,
soon.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, this is, at this point in the agenda, we are on item 7.0. Well, first, let me talk about correspondence. The board received correspondence. Official correspondence had been received as follows at the time that the agenda was published. Kathy Bonet, school reopening. Adam Dale, in-person concerns, SDC Phase 2 challenges. Katie Bravante, return to in-person instruction. Carrie Schaefer, please consider reopening our schools. Carrie Kitamura, first grade pilot program to return on November 30. Amy Davis, comments after board study session. Melissa Lapidus, November 12th study session. Ryan Turner, return to in-person learning in January. Jana Mooney, school reopening. Megan Seams, November 12th study session. And I will say all of this correspondence is part of the board documents record now. And I know that as individual board members, we have also received quite a bit of correspondence from staff and students and parents and the community. And I want to reassure once again that we read all of this correspondence and it all goes into consideration as we proceed with the board meeting and our decisions. So thank you for that. Thank you for your participation. Okay, so next is public comment. And we've received some written public comment for this section. Please be advised that this time for public comment is generally for items not elsewhere on the agenda. So if you wish to address an item that appears later, I would suggest that you wait until that agenda topic comes up. However, if you wish to go ahead and speak now, you may. The time is limited to 3 minutes, and we have timekeepers here who will keep track of that. We will, if you have things you would prefer to have read aloud as written comment, you can send an email. Those instructions are on the agenda. You can follow those and send it via email. Any email has a limit of 450 words because that equals about 3 minutes. So at this time, we have one written comment to be read in this section, which I will do now. This is from Jennifer Alton and is Ray voter responsibility. Dear Madam President and SLCUSD Board, the voters have spoken. Elections have consequences. This election will have unfortunate consequences long into the future. The right to vote is held sacred in our country. As a lawyer and constitutional law professor, I know full well of this important right. Our community has voted into office your new SLCUSD board member, Ms. Eve Dobler-Drew. The voters have spoken. Respectfully, I enumerate what the voters agreed is permissible in a school board member. Ms. Drew has personally placed all of the following into the public realm. 1, Ms. Drew states that George Floyd, who died in police custody, was a violent criminal. This is false. The voters agreed this is permissible. 2, Ms. Drew states that the COVID-19 virus was nefariously developed in a laboratory in China. This is false. The voters agreed this is permissible. 3, Ms. Drew states that Melinda Gates is satanic. False. The voters agreed this is permissible. 4, Ms. Drew repeatedly posted misinformation about the Black Lives Matter movement. The voters agreed this is permissible. 5, Ms. Drew repeatedly posted anti-vaccine positions. The voters agreed this is permissible. 6, Ms. Drew repeatedly endorsed gay conversion therapy. The voters agreed this is permissible. Ms. Drew now insists that all those tweets are part of the past and have no bearing on what I'm doing now. Past is prologue. Ms. Drew admitted she made all of these statements. She admitted she deleted all of the statements. She held these opinions, then posted these opinions, then deleted these opinions. Her defense, I was just a retired teacher with time on my hands. Today, she is still a retired teacher. Today, she sits as your fellow school board member. Today, she is someone with time on her hands. Of paramount and detrimental importance, today she holds the education and the future of many in her hands. The voters have spoken. And at this time, then I would ask if there is anyone here wishing in this section to make a public comment in Spanish.
Yeah, and if you'd like to make a public comment, click on the participants icon, click on participants on the lower bar, and then you will see a side panel pop up, and over on the side panel, you'll see a raise your hand icon. So please click on that. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish good enough to say that, but yeah.
So Maria or whoever is currently translating will make sure that is appropriately passed along. And then I'll be advised if any hands go up.
So far, nobody has their hands
Okay.
raised.
I do have that the following individual would like to speak at this time during public comment had signed up earlier. That is Rita Rodriguez.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rita Rodriguez, and I'm on the executive board of the SLCTA Union. I'm also a kindergarten teacher at Hawthorne Elementary. I just want to say a couple of things. First, thank you to everybody for meeting and really considering the safety of our students. Thank you for considering the safety of the staff, the teachers, the administration, and support staff on school campuses. One thing I wanted to address, and I had sent in a letter to everyone, was the removal of refrigerators from the educator's classroom. Right now, it is the time of COVID, so that, that's kind of alarming in the fact that we are afraid to congregate at one communal refrigerator. I did send an email out to all union membership, and about 89 people are in support of this statement. And I did reach out to the educational cabinet, and I was reassured that that decision to remove refrigerators has been postponed until the end of the school year. One thing that I would like to say, however, is that at the end of COVID, when we do get to the other side of this horrible disease, There's still going to be teachers and other staff, support staff with underlying health conditions that will need to have food on hand if they have diabetes or other blood sugar disorders. There will be staff who have had babies and will need to have the opportunity to store their nursing materials, their breast milk. And there's also teachers that work during their lunches, and they'll need ready access to their food. But thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before everybody. And again, thank you for having this discussion. Bye.
Thank you. All right, then I have our next speaker is Eve Dobler-Drew.
Made public once again, and just a reminder that this is the first time that I have sought public office, unlike other members of the board, some of whom have been there since before Twitter was even invented. I did have access to Twitter, but also I didn't have anybody following me. So it was almost like I was just tweeting to myself and about different conversations that I had seen. Now, we do have a difference of opinion on personal values. Many different people have different personal values, but what I'd like to draw your attention to is to focus on what the real benchmark is here about having the ability to make decisions on the board that affect the success and the future career of all students that are in the system, keeping an eye on the success of the students rather than any particular political view. This is a non-political office, it's non-partisan. And so I'm especially concerned because I've always loved diversity and have embraced diversity and have worked with all the different members of the different identities, so to speak. So including the gay members of our community and love them. So I'm just going to put out right now that I'm a loving person of all people, and I don't have anything against anybody, nor would I ever have a child or a student in the school system ever be made to feel less. I want them all to feel that they are successful and loved, because that is the truth of the matter, no matter what was twittered or tweeted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have Lizbeth Ramirez Bastida.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Lizbeth,
Yes.
did you want to speak to the board?
I was gonna say if you guys can translate it.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, hold on one second.
Just give me one moment. I'm going to go ahead and stop translation so that we can do consecutive translation.
Thank you, Mandy.
Mandy, let us know then.
Okay, I ended translation. Maria, are you in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So,
Señora, ¿puede empezar?
You're literally on.
Hold on one second.
Lizbeth, ¿estás ahí?
Sí.
¿Qué quieres?
Lizbeth, ¿puedes empezar a hablar? ¿Qué es lo que les quieres decir?
Queremos saber cómo puedo entrar para poderlos escuchar en español, o no se puede. ¿No me pueden traducir lo que están hablando en español?
Sí, señora, lo estamos traduciendo. Lizbeth wants to know if there is interpretation available, and I'm saying yes, there is interpretation available. Para hacerlo, una vez que yo termine de hablar, vamos a regresar al inglés. Y cuando eso pase, va a aparecer abajo de la pantalla, en la barra de participantes, un globito como un mapa de la Tierra, un globo terráqueo. Lo va a tener que presionar, hacer clic ahí y después va a seleccionar español. Pero ahorita, si usted tiene su pregunta, dígamela en español, yo la voy a repetir en inglés. Nos están escuchando en los dos idiomas ahorita.
No, no tengo preguntas. Es que no puedo ver el globito aquí que yo
Ok.
vea.
Si puedes pasar el ratón casi la parte inferior de la pantalla, va a aparecer otro listón. Y en ese listón vas a ver que dice participantes, participants. Y después vas a ver, en un momento más van a activar otra vez la función de interpretación y va a salir un globo terráqueo. Es como un mapa del mundo, como un mapa mundi. Le vas a hacer clic ahí y va a poderse activar otra vez. Lo vas a poder ver en español. Espera unos segundos. There was no question, just the fact that she cannot access the interpretation feature. I explained it, and hopefully it's clear now.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for helping, for assisting.
I'll start translation right now. Okay, it started again.
Thank you. All right, next I have Amy. And Amy, if you wish to address the board, we need a last name as well, please.
My name is Amy Van Brash.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for all the time and effort with everything going on. I have some serious concerns that I hope can be evaluated before a decision is actually made, pertaining being able to have the kids go back to school. We technically, San Luis Obispo County, have been in the red zone since September 22nd. We just recently dropped, as everybody knows. At that time, school was approved to go back to, and numerous schools did have kids on campus. There was documentation on multiple websites, including the California Public Health Department, that if you dropped into a different tier or went on the monitoring list, that would not affect the schools. There are approximately 49,000 youth ages 0 to 17 in this county. So with our current numbers at 486, that is less than 1% ages 0 to 17 that have tested positive. The main concerns, I feel like myself and friends that I've spoken to, I have a teacher friend, is that the students' mental and emotional health. We have kids with anxiety, depression, substance abuse, suicides that are all on the rise. Motivation, being engaged, this is all a struggle as well. So I think looking at the social being of individuals and working together to find out how we can come to a common ground to get the schools open in a way that people are comfortable and safe, regardless if we are in the purple tier. Less than 1% in the entire county should be strong enough evidence to allow our kids back in school. Our community is a very strong one. I know if the schools needed soap, hand sanitizer, if the teachers wanted plexiglass to make them feel more safe, this community would come together and provide whatever the school would need. I feel like the COVID safety protocols are in place for the schools, and those have been all sent out to the parents. And so that is already in order and set up for the school. For the parents that do not want to send their kids to school, they have the option not to. I feel like the kids that want to go to school should be able to. We've all signed waivers for sports, clubs. We all know the risk that comes with it. And I feel like signing that waiver takes the liability off the school, off of the
Thank you very much.
School board.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next I have Carrie Trujillo. And you're muted.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm Carrie Trujillo. I'm the president of the CSEA, which is the Classified Staff Employees Association. And I just wanted to speak tonight about us going back to school. I'm very passionate about it. I am a union leader. I have students who are in SLCUSD. Both of them are in high school at Morro Bay High School. So this is kind of it's a hard thing for me. I want the kids to get back in school. I feel the kids need to get back in school. As a union president, I've done some surveys out to the classified staff. Over 64% of classified staff are ready and willing to go back into school on school campuses. I've been part of several committees that have been meeting. I feel we have put together a safe protocol to open school offices in a safe way, to have visitors. I mean, there'll be limited visitors on campus, but I feel that with having the support of the classified staff, that we are ready and willing to come on campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. All right, I have one more to read that came in after I printed out all the comments. So this is from Marie Garretts. As a scientist, I am concerned about the safety of the hybrid plan at this time of the year. We're at the beginning of the largest and deadliest wave. The hospitals in the entire country are already overwhelmed or will be within weeks, and we will see skyrocketing numbers after the holidays. Yes, small children contract and spread the virus less than teenagers and adults, but they still do, and their teachers and caretakers are significantly more at risk. As a mother of a second grader, I am dreading another term of distance learning. Yet I would be heartbroken for my son if he'd lose his beloved teacher when I have to pull him out in order to keep our family safe. It is dangerous committing to in-person education at this time. And then back to people waiting, I have Emily Cappellano.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak again today. I just wanted to thank you all for all the hard work you're doing in making a very smart, scientific decision on when and how to reopen schools. I think that it's a very difficult job that you're doing, and I appreciate that all the things you're taking into consideration and all the different voices. I am the president of the San Luis Coastal Teachers Association, and a lot of the things that we're really hoping for with our next steps is really seriously talking about ventilation. And I know that that will be on our plate looking at that next. Also, we're, as teachers and certificated staff, we're really concerned about transportation as we head into when we get to reopen. We're also worried about how we can work with our students that need extra support. And we're interested, in finding out how things will change when we go into the hybrid model, and looking into that as we go forward into our possible MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. And also some other concerns that we have about quarantining and how that's going to look. So I think a lot of things that you guys are already considering, but I just want you to know that those are things that we're talking about and that we're feeling very strong and passionate about, so that we can make, when it's time to reopen and we're in the right place as a county to reopen, that those things are all in place, and that we can work really hard between now and then to make sure that all the safety and health precautions are in place so that we can make it a smooth reopening when we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I believe that's all the people we have right now at this time. Is that correct? Thank you. All right, next we have superintendent's updates. First is business and budget update. Ryan.
No, Ms. Sheffer, I'm going to pass on the business budget as well as Measure D with the items that we have on the agenda tonight. We got a lot happening, and honestly, everything's been focused on the reopening plan, so I really don't have anything to say other than what we're going to talk about coming up.
Thank you. Next is educational services update.
I will also keep mine really short. Just a reminder that Dr. Prater did put out the declaration form that is looking for families to declare that by the end of November. And then I'll save my time for our items today as well. Thanks.
So we are 8.03, our Measure D update. We will have one at our next meeting. Next on the agenda is item 9.01, a resolution for developer fee report and 5-year findings.
Yes, I'll just walk the board through this resolution and the information. Each year we put together our annual developer fee report. It's due basically within 6 months of us closing out the fiscal year. The resolution itself just describes kind of what needs to be inside the actual report. So I'm going to just head right down to the report because it contains all those items. So basically on the revenue front, and again, we receive developer fees from both residential as well as business. So it is basically funds that they pay due to the potential of increased growth in student population for the school district. So in July 1st, 2019, we had a beginning balance of roughly over $650,000 in that account. Total revenues for the 1920 year were close to $2.5 million. We are seeing and we have over the past 3 years now, an uptick in developer fees and really growth in particular in the San Luis Obispo City communities. From an expenditure standpoint, really simple this year. Most of the funds that were expended went towards the Bishop's Peak Elementary School office expansion. And so that will be related on the next page. So total expenditures for that, as well as the indirect costs, administration fees, and we also pay for our demographic report that comes out of developer fees. And so the total expenditures was over 2.6 million, which left us with an ending balance of 495,000. So the next page really goes through the exact revenues that were there. You can see the residential number, the amount we received in commercial. Now these funds are kept into a separate account, so completely separate from the general fund and any other school district funds. And they're basically managed that way. So it is in an account that did earn interest. So we received about $17,000, almost $18,000 in interest. Again, expenditures, the categories of those expenditures: preliminary testing, architect fees, inspection, construction, as well as those administrative costs. There were no refunds that came out of developer fees. Nobody requested refunds and left us with the ending balance. I don't have to do it annually, but I like to just go ahead and update our 5-year plan as I'm doing the developer fee plan itself. And really upcoming for us is just the continuation of our work at San Luis Obispo High School. Developer fees are spent on growth projects where we're seeing increased student populations. And so in particular, San Luis Obispo High School has grown dramatically over the last few years, and we expect that to continue with that building that's happening in the city. So really in the 5-year report, you'll see that mainly, the focus will be to continue to spend these funds on projects at San Luis Obispo High School for the next few years. There'll be some funds that you'll see on the next year's report that basically finished up the expansion at Bishop's Peak. I should also tell the board too, and for the public, these funds are basically they supplement what we utilize, which for the most part has been Measure D funds over the past 6 years. And so there really isn't enough funds through developer fees to change a school or upgrade it or modernize it, do those things. So because of Measure D, we're able to supplement those dollars with these developer fee funds to get these projects completed. We have been very fortunate. You'll see in this chart that we have received a lot of state funds, that is in particular CT funds that have helped us with these projects. We just found out that we're going to receive close to $5 million more in CT funds. And so that $177 million bond measure is going to be well over $200 million in actual revenues that we'll be able to spend on modernizing our schools, in particular our 2 comprehensive high schools. So the 5-year plan just kind of describes those things, the funding that we anticipate. And again, the focus will really be, I would say, over the next 3 to 4 years, completing those projects at San Luis Obispo High School. And the reason why not at Morro Bay High, but at San Luis Obispo High School, again, is because that's where we're seeing student growth, and we're able to utilize those funds on those projects due to that. So that's the backdrop of the resolution, and I can answer any questions the board may have. We're asking the board tonight to pass the resolution, which will approve the annual development fee report as well as the 5-year plan.
I see Walt had a hand up. And then Chris.
Did you want to go to the public first, or?
Yes, that's why your hand was up, to remind me.
Well, no, it wasn't. I have one to say something.
No, first I'd like to go to the public about this resolution. Is there anyone here who would like to address the board on this topic? And see no one, then Walt, do you have a question as well?
Thank you. I just want to make sure the public understands that the long-term coordination with developer fees, BG&T, Measure D, all these acronyms, Ron Holcomb, really our staff and Ryan, Chris Bond, all these folks work together to maximize these developer fees to fit in to nooks and crannies that could augment and leverage the value of what we were doing with the Measure D funds. It was a beautiful thing. I remember when Eric and Ryan came to the board with the whole idea of Measure D and Ron Holcomb, and how we and also our staff and reaching out and aggressively seeking funds from state reimbursement plans and things. And I just want to make sure everybody understands that these dry kind of routine things that we do reflect a really professional, amazing management of this school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Walt. And Chris, before I come to you, it looks like Trista Ochoa, did you want to address the board on this particular agenda topic?
Yes. I was just wondering, I really like the breakdown that you did, Ryan. So I was wondering, is there like a place I can look down that past just to see the spending over a couple of years?
Yeah, you can actually, on our board docs, you can go in and go back, just basically search developer fee report, and it'll have all of them.
All right, thank you so much.
Sure, and you can also email me, and I'm happy to share.
Hey, Chris.
Ryan, and I would second what Walter said. One thing I think is important, we have about close to 440 people watching this meeting, and I think it might be helpful to explain to people what CTE means, what that CTE money means, and how it directly benefits students.
Yeah, so not necessarily tied to developer fees, but in terms of the overall picture of how we've tried to maximize our Measure D dollars, right? We have gone after state matching funds. So in this case, we have very fortunate in San Luis Coastal to have fantastic career technical education programs. So these are classes that used to be called ROP, Regional Occupation Programs, and the new terminology is Career Technical Education. So because our programs are so strong, we've been able to put together grant applications, thanks to Liz Moore and the staff, to go after those dollars. And so because of that, we've been able to take that initial amount that we've received from the public for Measure D and really, again, add another, $12 to $15 million in work that we're able to do at the two comprehensive high schools, in particular Morro Bay and San Luis Obispo High School, to really make those facilities for those programs state of the art.
Thank you. Chris, was that your comment? Anything else? All right, anything else from the board? This is an action item. We need a motion.
I'll move the resolution.
Okay. And a second? Catherine, seconds. Okay, Marilyn?
Yes.
Catherine?
Aye.
Walt?
Aye.
Chris?
Yes.
Evelyn?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
And me. Okay, yes. All right, thank you. Next is item 9.02, another resolution with regard to Measure D appointments to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Yeah, we have, when Measure D was passed, part of Measure D and the Prop 55 is that we have to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. So I have a group of citizens, and they come from all different categories that you have to fulfill. So parents and staff, not staff, parents and public members. We have to have somebody from a tax organization. We just a variety of groups that have to be admitted. And so two of those individuals, so one tonight that you'll see, Mr. Ken Sanfilippo has termed out. So they're basically, you can have 3 2-year terms. So his last term was up. So he's a former, of course, educator in San Luis Coastal, a big proponent of CT and ROP programs, of course. And so losing him was, definitely a bummer for us, and because he's been a great member, really has been the chair of the committee. So fortunately, and I'll continue to invite Ken to the meetings and have him come, but to replace Ken, I did reach out to fantastic Rick Robinette, a former San Luis Coastal educator as well. I thought he would fill the same role that Ken Sanfilippo did for the CBOC, kind of that former educator, has information, can share kind of a different insight than maybe the staff can. So that's, basically the role that Rick will play. So I'm asking the board to approve his appointment to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And then also we have Mr. Kevin Parsick has fulfilled his first term and is up for a second term. And so basically just asking the board to approve Dr. Parsick for a second term on the committee.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address us on this? I would like to, I don't believe Ken is attending the meeting tonight, but I'm hopeful that the board's gratitude will be passed along to him. He has served on this committee for a long time. He is a stalwart advocate of public education, has been involved in public education, both in our district and others for many, many years, and he's done a great job for us. Any questions from the board? Walt?
Notwithstanding my grave reservations, I would like to endorse Rick Robinette as also being a member because his dedication to our district and his work, and just frankly, some of his back to work, first day of school speeches, live on. And I would like to endorse that as well. I don't know Kevin personally, but I hear from everybody that he's done a great job. So should I move the resolution?
Well, I see Marilyn's hand up. Let's see if she.
I assumed that Mr. Millar would be making a motion. I was prepared to second it.
Thank you. So back to you, Walt.
I will do so. I have done so. Thank you, Marilyn.
So we have a motion by Walt and a second by Marilyn. And here we go. Catherine?
Aye.
Mark? Chris?
Yes.
Evelyn?
Yes.
Walter?
Aye.
Marilyn?
Yes.
And me, yes.
My hope is that Mr. Sanfleet will continue to be part of our committee and come to the meetings and join us. And I look forward to the day when our projects are complete and we can have a large party and invite him to celebrate the work that's been done.
Great guy. You've done a lot for the district. And if I could just point out, Madam President, when you pass resolutions, it's ayes and noes. So I want to thank Catherine for following the protocol.
All right.
I yield the floor.
Well, you got a bunch of, rebels in here who refuse to say aye or no, but agree in our own fashion. But thank you. All right, next we will move on to item 10.01, which has to do with our in-person remote board meetings.
Yes, Ms. Sheffer, thank you. Since March 13th, 2020, I know all of you remember that emergency board meeting that was called to discuss the closure of our school district under this global pandemic. And since that date, loose counting, we've held over 50 formal board meetings, which is 3 standard deviations above the norm. And I share that with you. In addition to that, thousands of public comments have been heard. Thousands of participants have joined these virtual meetings. We've had numerous parent forums to hear parents share their insights. And it's clear to me that many people aren't clear about how hard working you have been and how diligent you as trustees, even through this virtual format, have just stood up. And I believe you've had 100% participation since March. And I think it's important for the public to recognize that you have been there every step of the way. No one has taken a break since this occurred. And I just can't tell you how honored I am to work alongside you as your superintendent. And I also know that as we consider reopening our school district in January or whenever the tiers allow us to, I know that each of you have shared your willingness and desire to return our school board meetings into in-person meetings in the similar way that we're expecting our teachers and students to do. And this agenda item tonight is to acknowledge and recognize that and propose that we design in-person board meetings in a hybrid format for those that are unable to attend in person for a variety of reasons. We do that in accordance and in alignment with what we're expecting our teachers and students to do. So in January, if we're in the red tier and we've been there for 14 days or more, I would propose that we come back in person and provide also a hybrid opportunity for board members as well as the public. You can see from tonight, 450 participants. It's a pretty amazing thing. I think one of the positive things, if there is one, from this COVID timeframe, that our levels of public participation have skyrocketed. And I'm really honored to be a part of that process. And so with that, my recommendation is that we follow the same guidelines that we're expecting our teachers and students to follow if you are in person. My team, my executive team will host the in-person component. Board members that are willing to come and able to come will need to follow the same guidelines that are followed by our teachers and students. And I think it's only fair and fitting to do that. And I'm seeking that, that action item this evening from the board, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. First, I'll see if anyone from the public wishes to address us on this particular item. And I see no one, so we will come back to board discussion. Chris.
Yeah, are you looking for action on this, Dr. Prater?
I am.
Okay. I would support this as a way of safely encouraging participation and allowing the board to meet in public. I think it should be made clear to the public that there will be opportunities for them always to have input into our meetings, whether we're meeting in person or digitally or both. So I would just go with that. And I don't know if anybody wants to make a motion. If there's other discussion, I'll kind of back off and wait to hear what other people have to say.
Thanks, Chris. I see that we do it. Trista Ochoa just raised her hand. Trista, do you wish to address the board on this particular item?
Yeah, I'm in full support of this. I myself attend a lot more county meetings via Zoom. And so I think it's important for the furthering of education for this just to be standard moving forward, as this allows single moms, this allows people who have to work, this allows so much more access to your meetings and therefore so much more comment to better our schools.
Thank you. All right, then Walt. And then Mark.
Sure that Kristen, I think it was, but just spoke. The decision isn't about not doing virtual meetings. It's about having in-person meetings and additionally the Zoom meetings. I think the Zoom meetings have been amazing. And I encourage my board members to adopt this plan.
Thank you. Mark.
Yep. Thanks, Ellen. I want to thank Trista. Trista, you're right on with my thinking. I've attended a whole lot of meetings in my life. I've never seen the participation that we're seeing now. And my hope is that we were able to do these hybrid meetings and include the public, not just to the end of the COVID situation and not just because of it, but onward into the future. I can see government classes and students from the high school actually being assigned to attend these meetings. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm with Walter. I'd like to see continued support, and I'd love the rest of the board to support it as well.
And this will be, just gives me one more brief opportunity before we have a motion on this to once again note that these meetings would not occur with the extent that they do, the abilities we have to hold them, were it not for, I wish you could see all the people behind the scene here, but we've got a couple of people here. We have, let's see, I believe 6 or 7 people, translators, people taking notes, people getting people in and out, helping notice when speakers are raising their hands. There's a vast number of support from people to make this occur. So they work really hard to make me look as good as possible. All errors are my own, not for lack of their support. They're just amazing. So it's important that we not forget those who are making this possible, and will continue to do so into the future. So with that, this is an action item. So we need a motion, please. Evelyn?
So moved. I'd like to make a motion that we go back to or start a hybrid model of in-person and continue with our Zoom meetings.
Thank you. Mark?
I'd like to second that motion, please.
Thank you. All right, Evelyn?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Walt?
Yes. All right.
Catherine? Aye. Marilyn?
Yes.
And I am also in favor, so that carries unanimously, so thank you. All right, let's see. Next is item 10.02, discussion and approval of the organizational meeting to be scheduled on December 15th.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Sheffer. This is the result of a law that was passed, Assembly Bill 2449, specifically in 2019. And it basically requires school boards to acknowledge when their regular annual organizational meeting occurs. And for the public who may not know, the annual reorganization or organization meeting of the board occurs each year in December. And it follows the election that typically occurs during the election years. And it allows the board to reappoint or select a president and a clerk, as well as adopt the calendar and for the board meetings, as well as assignments of various board member committees. So it's an important time to for the board to shuffle roles and responsibilities and continue the business of the board. The purpose of this particular action item is to make sure that the organization meeting occurs after the second Friday of December, in December. So that is, in this case, our board meeting in December is December 15th. So it aligns with the law. And now I'm asking you to adopt it formally so that we're in accordance with best practice.
Right. Anything else, Dr. Prater?
Nope, that's it.
All right, then I will go to the public for anyone wishing to comment on this item. And I see no one. We will come back to the board for discussion. Oh, well.
I was going to move the item, approval of the organizational meeting to be scheduled for December 15th, 2020.
Right. And a second, Catherine, any other discussion? All right, then we will vote. Marilyn? Yes. Catherine?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Evelyn?
Yes.
Walt?
Aye.
You can see the outliers are here. Mark?
Yay.
Okay, and I'm also in favor of this, so this also carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Next is 10.03, appointment of personnel commissioner, the classified employees nominee.
Hello, it's nice to see all of you here tonight. I'm excited to, so our personnel, some background is that our personnel commission has 3 members, one of which is appointed by the board, one is appointed by the largest classified association, which would be CSEA, and the third one is our neutral personnel commissioner. And this year, after many, many years of service on our personnel commission, Gail Sears is stepping off the personnel commission. And as she was the CSEA appointee, CSEA has selected Jen Myers to replace her. Jen works at Cal Poly in the Human Resources Department with the academic faculty. She has students that attend Morro Bay High School, and currently she is working with the Chancellor's office in implementing new recruitment systems and software solutions. We're very excited to have her join our ranks of personnel commissioners. She is very apologetic that she can't be here right now to say hello, but she had a root canal yesterday and is not feeling quite up to showing herself right now. So anyway, but she did want to say, express to you how excited she is about being on the commission.
Thank you. Please let her know we're all very sympathetic with her ability to be here tonight. So is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board on this topic? No one. All right, we'll come back to the board. Chris?
Yeah, again, since we have so many people that are on this meeting, Kristen, I think if you could just for a moment explain the importance of the Personnel Commission and how it protects the rights of our classified employees.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So all of our classified employees, including our confidential employees and our classified managers, are covered by the merit system, and the Personnel Commission oversees the merit system and the merit system rules. And that is a system of selecting people based on merit, and that would be not merit as far as money goes, but as far as that they're qualified, they're selected based on their abilities to be able to perform the position. So that's why on our classified side of the house, all of our recruitments have a two-part process. We have a neutral board that selects people and places them based on a score on a list. And then when the hiring manager goes to select somebody, they're only given the top 3 ranks off of that list. And it's supposed to, create a system that's based on fairness.
Thank you. All right, this is an action item for this appointment. Anyone wishing to make a motion? Chris?
I move approval of item 10.03, appointment of Personnel Commissioner.
Thank you. And Walt, you're seconding?
I'm seconding, but I'd also like to commend Gail Sears for her service.
Thanks for that. Yeah, she certainly deserves it. She has served in this position for a long time and fulfilled her duty well. All right, Evelyn. Walt.
Aye.
Mark.
Yes.
Chris.
Aye.
Catherine.
Aye.
Marilyn.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So this carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, next is item 10.04, Memorandum of Understanding, College Bound Today.
Thank you. Yes, I bring this memorandum of understanding before you today as looking for your approval between San Luis Coastal and College Bound Today. So just to give you a little bit of information, this is a community-supported mentoring program that provides a college and career focus and a mentoringship program in an after-school model. And it matches up students that are selected by the school site, students that may need that extra mentorship, that extra support from an adult that can help guide them on the steps that it takes to help be successful towards a college or career. So we're starting with a pilot at Los Osos Middle School. And this is a 1-year agreement for now. And we will look to make sure that it's successful. And if so, look to expand to other sites that have interest in this program. So tonight I'm asking for your approval of the MOU.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public to address us on this topic? No, thank you. Then we will come back to the board for discussion. Catherine, then Chris.
I just have a question about in terms of volunteers. It indicates in this resolution that it relies on volunteers, and whether we're looking for members of the public who might be hearing about this for the first time to participate and to somehow share their talents. How would we go about doing that? Is there a thought about that?
Yes, I would suggest that if you're interested in volunteering and working mentoring students, that you contact Mr. Bloom at Los Osos Middle School. Since we're starting the pilot now with loans, then that would be great to start there with Mr. Bloom. And then you go through a fingerprinting process, et cetera, and he could help guide you through the steps that would be needed. Thanks for
I think that's
suggesting that.
incredibly rewarding thing to do, a good way to spend your time. Thank you.
Chris.
Yes, I'm on the advisory board for College Bound today, and so I will be abstaining from this vote.
Thank you. Walt and then Mark.
Well, thanks. And that Chris's participation goes to my question. Have we done our bona fides as far as CBT is concerned, since they'll be working directly with our youth? And since you indicated already, Kim, that they go through, volunteers go through the fingerprinting process, I assume that we're doing that, those checks with the organization as well.
Yes, thank you for asking. We are going through all needed processes. The MOU was created with the help of Lozano Smith and looked at that carefully, and we'll go through all needed steps and procedures and protocols for volunteerism through our school district.
Thank you. Mark.
Yes, I have to join Chris in abstaining on this as I sit on the board as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Not, then this is an action item as well. So we need a motion and a second, please. Anyone? Walt?
Notwithstanding my concern about two of their board members, I would move the resolution.
All right, thank you. Evelyn is seconding. All right, so Walt?
Aye.
Marilyn?
Yes.
Evelyn?
Yes.
Catherine?
Aye.
And I supported it as well. So this motion carries 5-0 with Chris Unger and Mark Buckman abstaining. All right, now I know there are a lot of people here tonight for our next item, which is 10.05, Superintendent's recommendation to reopen schools and adopt the district learning, recovery, and childcare plan. Dr. Prater, we turn it over to you.
Mrs. Sheffer and fellow board members, I would like to, if it's okay, read what I've put together. There's a whole lot in this recommendation and in this resolution. And I normally would come to the podium and speak to you about this in a very formal way. And since I don't have a podium and I'm sitting in a conference room in my office area, what I'd like to do is read to you what I've written so that you have a chance then to capture the whole premise of what it is I'm asking you to consider tonight. So it's somewhat lengthy, but I will read, I think I'll be under the 4-minute time frame, 3-minute time frame. Our path to reopening our schools with in-person learning has not been easy. Even now, as our county drifts back to the purple tier, we remain steadfast in our commitment to provide in-person instruction when it is safe to do so. Governor Gavin Newsom, SLO County Public Health, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and a multitude of staff, students, parents, and guardians within our community agree that the best place for our students to learn is in the physical classroom. Our district endeavors to provide a culture of care, one of our district's priority focus areas. It is within this culture of care that the district was one of the first school districts in the nation to close its doors and transition to distance learning back in March when the COVID-19 spread began. This culture of care is what guided the district to keep schools closed through the remainder of the 1920 school year, knowing that many of those important moments and events to celebrate the achievements of our outgoing seniors would be lost. We were also one of the first school districts in the state to decide to start the 2020-2021 school year in distance learning, even before we were legally required to do so, and to create a metric based on county transmission and COVID-19 cases. We waited for our state and local public officials to declare it was safe to provide small, structured in-person supervision and services and to reopen for full in-person instruction. We waited for data of any spread of COVID-19 while providing supervision and services at various school sites since September. We also have waited for the best available scientific studies and data to develop on other schools that have remained open or reopened throughout this pandemic, which show no consistent relationship between in-person instruction and the spread of COVID-19. We will continue to wait to see what the science and data reveals after accounting for the large amount of traveling that is expected during the upcoming holiday season. But as a district that values our culture of care, we don't want to be the district that waited too long. We do not want to remain closed for in-person instruction such that it harms our students more than it cares for them. Studies are showing that the continued closure of district schools may lead to compounding difficulties for students in poverty, increasing mental health concerns, illegal substance use, obesity due to inactivity, and under-identification and under-reporting of child abuse. I have heard from our staff the difficulties of delivering instruction during distance learning and the impact on student grades. There are stories from parents about bringing their children to their places of work or having them sit in the family car because they cannot afford or have been unable to arrange for childcare services. My heart aches for our students, staff, and families who have had to live, work, teach, and learn during this extraordinarily difficult time. It is with this in mind that I make this recommendation for reopening our schools. It is recommended the Board of Education approve a return to in-person instruction in a B2 model for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year. For A, the first day of full in-person instruction shall be Wednesday, January 13th, 2021 for elementary schools as well as Pacific Beach High School. And the first day of full in-person instruction for all other secondary schools shall be Thursday, January 21st, 2021, as this is the first day of the second semester. This reopening, however, is conditioned on whether San Luis Obispo County has, at the time of reopening, remained in Tier 2, red, under the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy for the previous 14 days, and the district remains legally permitted to reopen for in-person instruction. The district will continue with distance learning until these conditions are met and will actively plan to reopen for full in-person instruction as soon as it is appropriate and safe to do so. Given the increasing COVID-19 infection rates in SLO County since late October, I feel it is pertinent to keep the school reopening recommendation tied to the California Department of Public Health's tiered framework. This will give our community a clear metric to track and follow to determine whether schools will reopen, and gives clear guidance to our staff and families in the event our county is in Tier 1, purple, in January. Further, our state and local public health officials are the experts on mitigating the spread of COVID-19 and have declared and given guidance that it is safe to operate physical school campuses during this pandemic, along as the proper tier is in place. This recommendation is made following the October 20th and November 3rd board meetings, where we shared engagement information from our key stakeholders in San Luis Coastal regarding the possibility of reopening our schools in January 2021. We also already have in place 3 memorandums of understanding agreed to between the district and its labor partners on August 18th, 2020, which contain health and safety provisions to ensure and protect the welfare and safety of all staff. Our district administration has worked diligently to provide the best version of our COVID-19 working guidelines to comport with state and local health official orders, directives, and guidance, and to implement best practices based on the available science and data. While in-person instruction will be the default instructional model under this recommendation, the district will also provide a robust distance learning program as an option for parents or guardians who feel uncomfortable or are not yet able to send their children back to school. I invite our parents or guardians to fill out the declaration form that was shared on November 13th, 2020, to indicate which educational program is right for their children at this time. Furthermore, all of our school sites will host parent information sessions this week to discuss details and answer any questions parents may have. The deadline for returning the declaration forms is November 30th, 2020. Once we have these declaration forms returned, we will determine staffing and secure resources as needed. It will also allow for preparation of facilities, food services, childcare, limited transportation offerings, and site plans for the return of employees and students. A systematic approach to introduce students back to school sites for educational and social purposes is critical. The COVID-19 working guidelines outline our path to open our schools in a manner that is safe and will minimize the impact of COVID-19 on our staff and students and their families. Additionally, we know that simply reopening schools for in-person instruction is not enough. The extended school closures will have likely affected some students and families more than others. Further, it is expected that the development and implementation of a COVID-19 vaccine is likely to extend into the 2021-2022 school year. Therefore, I propose adoption of the District Learning Recovery and Childcare Plan to proactively respond to the academic and social emotional deficits we will find once we transition to in-person learning, as well as address the childcare issues created by a B2 instructional model. With this plan in place, we can ensure that our district not only cares for our students' health and safety, but also for their educational achievement and continued success. Before you is Resolution 10-20-21, which encapsulates the reopening recommendations and Learning Recovery and Childcare Plan. I seek your approval of this resolution tonight.
Thank you. I have some written comments and then I will go to the public and so I'll read the written comments first and then we'll take it from there. First is from Angela Mayo, and this is a translated comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayfield, for your help. How safe is the return of students to school in person and what are the safety measures? And then from Benjamin Schler, I would like to express my opposition to returning to in-person learning. Because cases are rapidly rising, I do not feel that the current number warrants returning to in-person. Right. And next is, and as always, forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Next is Molly Stoddard. Dear members of the board, thank you for your thoughtful and thorough consideration as you decide whether to reopen SLCUSD schools. As an employee, I feel deeply uneasy about the prospect of returning to in-person school while we are in the midst of a pandemic. I know the district has many plans in place for keeping the schools as safe as possible, but I also know that these best laid plans are not always followed in practice. Based on students and staff who have returned to in-person instruction already, I see that students, and more disturbingly staff, are not always wearing masks, even when others are near. I have witnessed staff members well within 6 feet of each other, even giving hugs. How can we expect to create a student culture where wearing masks and maintaining physical distance are valued and expected if the adults who serve as models are not even doing these things? I am also wary of characterizing a school as a relatively safe place because it is filled with children, not adults. First of all, there have been over 450 cases of COVID in children ages 0 to 17 in SLO County alone. Secondly, there are many, many adults present on all campuses every day, and the reopening plans will likely require more to be hired. Based on the experiences I mentioned above, I am not confident that all of these people will be willing to consistently follow safety rules. Finally, I have seen that even young, healthy individuals who contract COVID are not always recovering, even if they do survive. This virus has the potential to kill or permanently disable anyone it infects. That is a significant risk to take for our students and staff and their respective families. I simply don't see how that risk is justified. Thank you for your time. Sheila Ward. I would like to know if hybrid first grade teaching will look the same as DLP with substitution of current Zoom instruction being replaced by in-classroom instruction, or whether there will be increased instruction by the teachers and which topics will be covered in the classroom. Is Friday instruction independent study, live teaching, or both? Thank you for extending the deadline for the decision about which program to choose. 3 days was simply not enough time. Erin Borger. A quick background. My name is Erin Borger and my son is a first grade student at Sinsheimer Elementary. We are a family of 4 with a 2.5-year-old daughter who is significantly immunocompromised. Based on recent meetings with the principal and teachers at Sinsheimer, I understand that our campus is a beta tester for sending students back in January through an AM/PM format. For those who are not interested in participating, the option is to change to a distance learning teacher for the remainder of the school year. It creates an interesting conundrum. Either the kids get to stay with their teachers and put themselves and their families at risk, or they have to move under a new teacher for the remainder of the school year, therefore greatly disrupting a child's educational experience and one of the few consistencies we have. If the family wants their child to go back at some point later in the school year, there is zero guarantee that their child will be able to rejoin their original teacher/class. So as a parent, you are hamstrung on what to choose: a consistent learning experience for your child or the health and safety of our families and community. I'm surprised that is the stance that Mr. Prater took, given all the data that was readily available as of Thursday and Friday last week, let alone today. As of Friday, November 13, SLO County reached 5,000 cases. Our country hit 184,000 cases in a single day. A significant uptick of cases at Cal Poly occurred, with nearly 900 on-campus students quarantining on and off site due to the surge. And school districts across the state and country pulled back plans to reopen due to increased COVID cases. Mr. Prater's recommendation as of Friday seemed highly incongruous to the data right before our eyes. As of today, our country is one of 27 counties across the state that has moved back into the most restrictive tier, purple. I imagine that our county being back in the purple tier renders the decision for the school board to not permit in-person learning in January. And I hope that all of these heightened precautions encourage the school board to reconsider their beta tests with the elementary schools. This is an easy decision for no one, but the school board must continue to make the right, albeit hard, choices for our kids, our families, and our communities. I understand families are inconvenienced and tired of the current challenges. Our family is the same. But at this time, being inconvenienced is a lesser evil than risking people's health and lives. Stan Yoshinobu. Dear SLCUSD Board, I am writing today about the reopening plans in January. Vaccines are around the corner and currently cases are surging to all-time highs across the United States as we head into winter. These facts combined suggest strongly that we should be patient, especially for secondary schools. While I want my child to return to in-person learning as soon as possible, I have deep concerns about safety for our teachers, staff, students, and families. It would be tragic if some of us were to get severe COVID-19 in February or March when vaccines are likely coming in April. Patience is a virtue, and in this case, potentially life-saving. Rushing back during an unmitigated pandemic is the wrong choice. Please put safety and humanity first. Thank you. Susan Klein, esteemed board members and superintendent, could you please explain the benefits of the AM/PM model over the twice-a-week full-day model? I have given parent feedback via surveys that I think a full-day model for students returned makes more sense than an AM/PM model. The reasons for this include: 1, minimizing clean time. It can then be done after school. 2, giving parents more time to work uninterrupted. 3, modeling for students what the workday should be like. And most importantly, 4, minimizing the number of people, students and parents, to interact with school staff and school supplies on a daily basis. I think a Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, Thursday model, still leaving Friday as independent work, and assigning students based upon last names would bring greater benefits than an AM/PM model. But since I only have a first grade student and teach college students, I'm sure there are consequences I have not considered. Thank you for your time. Samantha Chancellor, I am hoping that the board will consider making a change to the recommended reopening plan as it relates to Baywood Kinder and Pacheco K3. The plan currently states that if families are not comfortable returning to in-person learning, they have no choice but to opt out of the program and join the district-wide virtual learning model. For kinders in this situation, that would mean transferring from 90% Spanish program to 100% English. Shifting kiddos from learning to read in Spanish to being 3 months behind in learning in English is just not an equitable solution. Why are these families and children being punished for choices that may affect their or their family's well-being? The only equitable solution is to offer a digital learning option for Spanish immersion to those families not feeling comfortable returning to in-person. Kristen Zaitz. I am a Pacheco parent of a 5th grader and 2nd grader, and we have 2 working parents in the home. Distance learning has been a struggle, but what would be more of a struggle is the proposed half-day hybrid program with no transportation. The proposed hybrid program seems designed for only those families who have the ability to take hours out of the workday to attend to their children. This is an even less equitable model than distance learning already is. With the current proposal, our options are either to choose the hybrid model or choose to continue with distance learning and lose our spot at Pacheco and the Spanish-English program that is a big part of our lives. This is a non-choice for many of the working parents in this situation. We are not able to transport our children to and from school in the middle of the workday, but we also have no desire for the pandemic to take one more thing away from our kids, the school, teachers, and friends they know and love. As you may know, women are expected to lose 10 to 20 years worth of progress in workplace equality due to the burdens of the pandemic falling unequally on working mothers. SLCUSD's proposed hybrid program puts an unreasonable burden on working parents that will again be shouldered disproportionately by women, exacerbating the equality issues our country is already grappling with. The proposed child care solution that was described in the recent parent communications seemed like an ill-fitting Band-Aid, and it doesn't make much logical sense. If you can't send kids back to school for full days due to capacity and spacing issues, then how can you expect to house them safely during that time in childcare? If my kid is going to be on campus all day, then why can't they be getting an education for the full day? Putting my child in a staff lounge for multiple hours might meet your standards for COVID safety, but it doesn't seem like an emotionally safe or fair solution for kids. As you consider potential changes, I urge you all to move forward only with changes that would make the learning landscape more equitable for families and teachers, not less so. Presenting options that will further harm working families or force the withdrawal of students from Pacheco Baywood would be a sad way to end this already difficult school year. Erin Cracknell. I am the mother of a Pacheco first grader and 2 Sinsheimer Lambs SLO High School graduates. I have listened carefully to the preceding meeting discussions regarding in-person instruction in our district. While I understand that there are a significant number of families who prefer distance learning, that is an option, the only option that has been available since school began in August and will clearly continue to be available. The October 20 parent survey suggests that the majority of families want to send their students to school with reasonable safety precautions. Please approve Dr. Prater's recommendation and allow these families to choose what they know is best for their children. Last week, one of the board members suggested that schools remain closed for in-person instruction for the remainder of the year because this way no harm is done. I could not disagree more vehemently. Isolation, depression, anxiety, dropping grades, diminished interest in learning, increased stress for families, both children and parents, are kinds of harm that are absolutely being done right now. And many of these issues have long-term consequences. The longer this goes on, the harder it will be for so many to overcome learning deficits and emotional trauma. The very real damage that is being done by having schools closed far outweighs the risk of illness these closures sought to avoid. The seasonal flu is exponentially more dangerous for children than is COVID-19. A plethora of studies now show that having schools open does not increase spread. Children are not significant spreaders of this virus. As for teachers, it is hard for me to understand how they could not be considered essential workers. Essential not just to our children, but to our entire community. I understand that some of them may not feel entirely comfortable being among students in the classroom, but perhaps we need to find more teachers who are willing to do it anyway, not unlike countless other kinds of workers who go to work not just to provide for their families, but so that the rest of us have food to eat, medical care, bus transportation, our cars repaired, places to buy household necessities, security downtown, and our mail delivered. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration as you deliberate. Please open our schools as soon as possible. Thank you. Dr. Jason and Katie Green, we would like to reiterate our support for the in-person learning plan. We think it is extremely important to get the students back into the classroom. Many schools nearby and in other parts of the state and country have safely brought back students and staff for in-person instruction. We encourage the district to move forward with the in-person reopening plan. If it ends up being necessary based on our county tier, we believe SLCUSD elementary schools should be applying for the waiver allowing in-person instruction. We appreciate all your hard work. Thank you for your time and effort. Steve Del Martini. My name is Steve Del Martini, and I still have some concerns, questions regarding reopening of SLO High School. 1, can it be further clarified how the ventilation will be addressed in the older classrooms? In the video descriptions of reopening models under the key health guidelines, item number 10 mentions increased ventilation. Is the idea in the older rooms to place a fan in the room and push the air around? I assume you are not intending to upgrade these rooms substantially as they are going to be torn down during the renovation of the wing. 2, under the agreement between students, parents, and the school, Each child is to perform a self-check in the morning prior to coming to school. I'm not sure I put trust in this system. Is there a plan for the district to see if self-checking is actually being done every day by the student? 3, in the district learning, recovery, and childcare plan under expected outcomes, there is no mention of the spread of the virus. Shouldn't that be to some degree an expected outcome? 4, in a staff survey, a large majority of the secondary teachers do not want to return to in-person instruction. If you have a majority of your staff who don't want to return, why are you reopening the schools? As you are aware, COVID is again spreading at an alarming rate. Our county may be heading back to Tier 1, purple. I understand that this does not mean you would need to close the school. I also understand the struggles on a daily basis that the students, parents, teachers, and staff are having. What I don't understand is how you truly defend the position of reopening when I believe there is overwhelming evidence not to do so. Thank you for your time and consideration. Erin Helfman, thank you for your demonstrated dedication and care in considering the possible return to school for in-person instruction. First, I'd like to start by saying that the teachers, staff, and admin at Bishop's Peak have all made distance learning for our 2 daughters, 5th and 6th grade, much better than we thought it would and could be. Both of our girls have various services at school that go beyond their general education classes. They spend most of their days on Zoom and are still plugging away with positive attitudes that are undoubtedly influenced by the creativity and support of their teachers and staff. They still, like many kids, miss their classmates and socializing at school. As much as we feel our kids would do better in person, we are feeling more and more that it's simply not safe. I am at risk as I have an autoimmune disease. I have had a near daily debate with myself over whether or not in-person would be smart for our family to choose. We are extremely appreciative of the safety measures that are promised to be taken or encouraged. However, with the lack of planned, robust testing for staff and students, it seems inevitable spread will occur rapidly. Tracing will unfortunately not be possible in a timely manner. Each of our girls have a handful of different cohorts due to their various services they receive. This simply adds up to too many people mixing and too much uncertainty. We have heard from teachers, parents, and many various health professionals, distance learning is harmful to our kids. We recognize social and emotional health are crucial aspects of development for all kids. So these questions remain. What about the kids whose parents feel uncomfortable and or need to keep their kids at home? Whether kids will stay in distance learning by need or want, don't they deserve the same thought as those who are seeking to return to in-person are receiving? What kinds of connection to a school community are already occurring amongst the VLP? Losing connection to a school site increases alienation and is detrimental to socialization. Just last night during the webinar, Returning to Schools Safely in SLO County, mental health and socialization with classmates was brought up continuously as being critical and one of the biggest concerns. We know additional counselors and mental health staff have been brought on board for all students. However, what proactive programs or plans have been discussed to give virtual learners social connections and a sense of belonging? Please consider these questions. We must remain aware that some families are still going to be enduring hardships through the virtual option. That's all the written comments I've received. Wait a second. I have one more. Leah Booker, thank you to SLCUSD for taking the considerations of the community seriously. I, like many of the parents and staff who have already expressed their concerns here this evening, would like to voice my concern over the current opening plans. Everyone wants our students returning to school. However, this is not the time, nor is it the plan to allow for schools to reopen. I understand that the district is under great pressure to reopen. I understand that families are struggling to balance work and childcare. What I would suggest is that as a district, we focus our efforts on creating equitable learning platforms and childcare options for now, while we follow the state and federal recommendations for continued social distancing. Before I open it up for public comment, I'm going to reiterate briefly our protocols. If you sent a letter, if you've made a written comment, that is your public comment on this topic, so you're not able to speak as well. I know that I received a couple of written comments that I did not read, and that's because they were submitted anonymously. We do not recognize anonymous comments. If you are speaking publicly, we ask that you please state your name. Even if if I say it and it's correct or close, you're okay. But if I'm having trouble, please state your name. You'll be limited to 3 minutes. We will open it up for public comment now. The protocol the board follows is public comment, and then we will close public comment and have our board discussion, and we will not return to public comment after the board discussion. This is an action item. We will take your public comment at this time. We'll then follow that with our board discussion, followed by a motion and vote on this topic. So I see first I have Amy Van Brash. And it does not appear Amy is here at this time. And
I'm here, but I already spoke.
Oh, okay.
That was, I spoke in the very beginning, which was probably the incorrect time, but.
Oh, you're all right. Okay, thank you.
Can I add anything or am I?
No, not at this time. Thank you. All right, next I have Rebecca Russell.
Hello, sorry, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Russell, mother at, my daughter is kindergarten at Baywood. I'm really excited at the possibility of her getting to attend school. I'm really incredibly disappointed to hear about the stipulations for those in the immersion who are unable to send their children to the in-person. I think it's completely unacceptable that you exclude children. If you watched how my daughter has basically suffered, how her education has suffered through this time just so that we can stick with this immersion program, then you would understand the absolute outrage to exclude these children who are going to be unable to participate in person. I don't think it's unreasonable that you come up with a few immersion classes for distance learning for these children who are unable to participate in person after January. It can't be that large of a number. I expect better. That's all.
Thank you. Lexi Bell.
Hi, this is Lexi Bell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that I've heard from the board in past meetings on reopening schools and on putting safety first. And I know this is a difficult decision for everyone. And I know that it is not possible to create a decision that addresses everybody's needs and everybody's first choice. I just wanted to reiterate that I think what Dr. Prater has laid out is thoughtful and considered, and I think there's a plan to not open if we're still in the purple tier in January. So I strongly urge the board to approve that plan, and so that we are ready to go to in-person when it is safe, and that there is not another decision point that has to be made that further loses the opportunity for in-person time. I also wanted to note that in the beginning of the pandemic, our experience with distance learning was certainly focused on the challenges of working parents and childcare and all of that. However, now it is, we have firsthand experience of some significant social and emotional impacts to our children from distance learning, and their really ability to engage with school at all has been really impacted. And I think that's going to be an impact that they feel for quite a long time. And I'm very concerned about it, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of this plan and providing an opportunity for people who are experiencing these impacts to go back in person, and an opportunity for those that prefer to stay remote or need to stay remote are able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah Flickinger.
Hi, my name is Sarah Flickinger. I'm a parent of a 5th grader here in the district, and I don't mind if my daughter has a different teacher. And I recognize that there are a lot of parents who do want their students back on campus, but I feel very strongly that for equity's sake, all of the curriculums and the connections to students' home schools should be available through distance learning if the schools are opening. It's for equity and to reduce liabilities. Anything available in person needs to be available via distance learning, especially for the families who may be within protected classes. Teachers and staff who may be or who have family members who are in a protected class and are therefore uncomfortable returning in person should also have options open to them as well. Because it's important to accommodate and to try to support these kids who in a lot of ways are even more disconnected than most during this time. So if we can keep them connected to their home schools, even if it's not with their own teacher, if we can find a way to do that, it can really help. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. David Nussbaum.
Hi, thank you. I'm David Nussbaum. I just want to start off by thanking everybody involved. I know you guys put a ton of work into this, but I wanted to discuss just a personal feeling I have about the difference in the plans between the high school level, the secondary level, and the elementary. It's my understanding that the teachers in the secondary level just simply don't feel that this plan is a safe plan. I believe in the last meeting, Emily Cappellano mentioned 70% of the secondary teachers just didn't feel safe returning. And that's very different from the elementary that the majority of them did feel safe. So has there been any thought into keeping the secondary under distance learning, but allowing the elementary to return? It just feels like it's a safer plan. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Duncan Bartlett.
Hi, I'm Duncan Bartlett, and I have 3 children in the district, 1 at each level, elementary, middle, and high school. I really appreciate the time everyone spent on this. You're hearing lots of people's opinions, so I appreciate the time on that. From my perspective, it sounds like the most vocal on these calls are the teachers that do not want to go back in person. And out of the 3 different ages, I feel like the elementary school, my child elementary, is the most impacted by this. While everybody, all the children are impacted by this, obviously, the elementary school ones just seem to be, they had the least amount of interactions before all this started, and a year is a huge thing to them. So I'm wondering if the teachers are very vocal about this, we have to make a decision about which option to do. And I feel like the teachers know already if they want to be in there or not. Is it possible? Would it be possible to say, these teachers are available for distance learning, and these are the ones that are going to be in the classroom for each of the schools that are there. One of my children would love to have the exact same teachers he has, whether it's distance learning, whether it's in person. And once we make a decision by November 30th, we won't know the outcome of that until pretty much too late. So having more information about that at each of the schools would be great to know. Yeah, so thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Xavier Ortiz.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Xavier Ortiz, and I'm a parent of a Los Osos Middle School student that is in 6th grade and also a Del Mar Elementary 5th grader. I would like to cite that the rapid increases in cases in our county, in our state, and our country is very concerning. And I feel like the letter that was sent out on Friday with the superintendent's message was concerning, if not short-sighted. I understand the work that was put into this, but to say and to believe that we should go back to school right now is not the best idea. Earlier, someone said in public comment that there is a vaccine around the corner. If we go back to school with a vaccine around the corner and all the possible cases that could be incoming in January and February, we're basically putting those people at risk that could eventually have a vaccine later on. So I believe that we should not be moving forward with attending school in person right now. I would like to highlight that even further by saying that if I have to choose, if my son goes to school via virtual learning and they have to have a different teacher and have different peers, you talk about mental state, that is equally as damaging to their mental state as telling them that they have to stay home for the remainder of the school year, which I believe they've already came to term with. We're playing with their minds right now and the teachers' minds as well, because we have teachers that have to take care of elderly parents. I know that for my 5th grade son, she takes care of her elderly parents and they're the only ones on the coast. We have to be mindful of that. And like I said, everyone wants to keep going back to mental state. How damaging is it to have your child have a new teacher in the middle of the school year and different peers when they've already became accustomed to them, especially with my oldest, who is accustomed to his classes now and is doing fantastic. And now I have to tell him, let's rip all that apart because the district wants you to go back to school. I don't believe that this should hinge on the tier system. I believe that this should hinge on let's reevaluate things in the spring when we've gotten past this wave, a vaccine is closer, and we can actually look at it from a clear state of mind. So directly to you, Mr. Prater, I hope that you see this. I hope that you hear the public comment that is against it. I hope that you hear the faculty and staff. And I hope that you hear me as a parent, as president of the LUMS PTSA. I don't want to see the students go back to school in the middle of a pandemic where the numbers are worse than they were in March. So while we may have been the first school districts to close down, we shouldn't be the first to go back in the middle of the biggest wave. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Sean Schlitt.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. If and when it's safe to go back, I would love to hear the board's rationale as to why they chose half days as opposed to a rotational schedule of full days. There must be data to support that decision, and I've yet to hear it. So I'd love to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa Clover.
Hi, my name is Carissa Kluver, and I'm the parent of a 9th grader at Morro Bay High School. First of all, I just want to say I really appreciate how difficult these decisions are, and I've been really impressed with the board and Dr. Prater in particular. My background, I have a decade of experience doing research on adolescent health and mental health. And I think that just want to make the point that from a research perspective, comparing regular school right now as the mental health background that we're expecting kids to get with the modified school that we're talking about now creates a causation correlation problem. We don't actually know, because there's no research yet, about how children's mental health is different in regular school that they had prior to COVID compared to the kind of school we're talking about bringing them back to. There are a lot of other factors that are impacting student well-being right now. Going back to school is not a panacea. They don't have contact sports, they don't have clubs, they don't have dances. Many of them haven't been able to have birthday parties. They're missing their relatives. They aren't maybe seeing their grandparents. And also there's a lot of economic stress due to the COVID situation, and just general stress and parents' stress. I studied maternal child health for a long time, and the effect of parent stress and mental health is big for young people. So I'm not saying that there aren't mental health benefits for our children to go back to school, but I think that that argument has some serious flaws. And until we have real research to show that the kind of school we're returning them to is as impactful as the regular school we're comparing it to, it's sort of apples and oranges. And that concerns me when people bring up the argument that mental health is the reason to send our kids back to school in the middle of a relatively dangerous situation that is very complex.
Thank you. Kristen Carswell said. Kristen?
You're on mute, Kristen.
There we go. Hello, are you there?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
All right, coming in hot. Okay, so I work at Los Ranchos Elementary School, and oh my God, do I love working there. And I do not love not being able to work there right now. My son attends Los Ranchos Elementary School, and I've noticed with Zoom, as I'm not sure, of course, but I feel like children in general adapt to situations. And I feel like adults are trying to adapt. This is a huge situation happening in our country. I understand that. But I also believe that there's probably 5 times the amount of fear that is hurting people than there is COVID hurting people. It's unfortunate that some of our most spectacular teachers cannot be working on campus. There are a few that are, and I'm very proud of them. I'm very close with a custodian that works at Los Ranchos, and she continues to work at multiple other schools every single day. She never, ever during this whole thing since it started, was able to work at home. She was there every single day cleaning, even when kids were coming in to attend kindergarten, chronically sanitizing and everything like that. I do believe that parents are all in different situations, whether they need to get back to work and cannot afford to have babysitters or other forms of someone watching their child or teaching their child. And I do believe that some kind of rotational schedule or some kind of half-day situation, maybe depending on everyone's unique situation, can give people the option. If some are just so in fear that they don't want their child going back to school, then they can do at-home Zoom. And then if that's what they feel most comfortable with, and then if other parents are like, you know what, I want to try and make this as normal as I can for my child, and be safe. I mean, before this whole COVID thing came out, the first thing they were saying is be sure to wash your hands. That, to me, that was kind of like, well, that's common sense. Are we really being told by our government that we need to wash our hands? And I was just kind of shaking my head, that I was just dumbfounded. But I do think that kids should be able to interact with each other. I know students that are interacting with each other right now, play dates or whatever. And the one part, and of course, I don't know the numbers because I don't do significant research on this.
Thank you very much. Kristen, your time is up, but thank you for your comments. Next is Devin Kuhn Choi.
Hi, thank you all for everything you're doing to consider the safety and well-being of our students. I love being part of such a wonderful school district. And one of the things that makes our school so wonderful is that we have such passionate, generous teachers and staff who consistently go above the requirements of the job to provide our students with the best education they can give. So when the teachers union reported at the November 3rd meeting that 68.8% of our secondary teachers are not comfortable returning to in-person in January, and a similar number of elementary teachers are not comfortable reopening in the purple tier, I find that disconcerting. And I wonder what it conveys to our teachers if we essentially force them to return to a work environment that nearly 70% are uncomfortable with. So I urge the board to consider ways that we can support teachers and staff by not compelling them into a situation that is unsafe for them. This would include allowing teachers to opt for virtual without fear of penalty. By the district suggesting that teachers who opt to remain in virtual are at greater risk of being transferred out of their current school for the following year compared to the teachers who move to in-person, it incentivizes in-person teaching and it penalizes those who teach virtually for various reasons. So I hope the district will ensure that any teacher can choose the option they feel is safest and still retain their position and placement next year at the same rate as in-person teachers. If the ratio of in-person students to teachers necessitates it, perhaps the district could also have a substitute present in the classroom to supervise, while the teacher of record instructs them remotely. I realize this is an expensive option, but it's something other districts are doing, and it also solves some in-person challenges. It provides the students who need it a safe, supervised place to be during the day and gets that social interaction with peers that parents are saying is so important. From a pedagogical perspective, it also allows for more flexible teaching methods that would be more equitable for students who need extra help. The social distancing requirements will mean that in-person teachers are compelled to remain at the front of the classroom so they can't interact individually with students. The students who are too shy or too embarrassed to ask questions in front of all their peers, or who need an extra nudge to stay on task, and especially those who just need extra help understanding the concepts, they're going to miss out on those opportunities they need to be successful in person. But if the teacher is zooming into the classroom, then they can utilize the chat function or breakout rooms to continue to interact one-on-one with those students who need that extra help to succeed. Teachers are arguably our district's greatest resource, and they should have the same opportunity to choose a safe work environment that we as parents are getting to choose for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Emmerich.
Hi, I'm a TK teacher at CL Smith, and we recently opened up, or I recently opened up my classroom with an AM/PM model. And I would like to thank everyone who has supported our classroom reopening. And I've spoken to many of my pre-K, TK, and kinder colleagues. And I would just like to give an update about how our students are doing. This is their first time for many of the students to be in school, and they want to be in school and are so happy to be able to participate with us. And students are doing really well with following the social distancing guidelines. They're wearing their masks. We wash our hands multiple times a day, use hand sanitizer. They're following directions. And I know a lot of that comes from our families working with their kids to teach them how to be safe and reminding them. We practiced on Zoom before starting school. And then we also continued to practice throughout our time in the classroom and go over those procedures. It's amazing to see what the kids have been able to do and how safe they are being. But something to think about is that since this has been their reality for the past 8 months, they are aware of how to follow these safety practices. And so I was very impressed by what they were able to do coming into the classroom. They're doing really well in learning the routines quickly, and they want to be in school and are excited to be in the classroom. So they are learning how to socialize with one another safely and give each other space. They're happy to see one another and learning how to ask others to play, showing their drawings or stories that they've drawn. And we're seeing a positive impact socially and emotionally for our students. As well as teachers, we're really happy to be with our students. I'm seeing them learn a lot in a short amount of time, and we're able to help them learn skills in a way that are we're helping them learn skills that are sometimes more challenging to teach over Zoom. So I just want to thank everyone for the support, and I hope that others who want to return are given that option. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if you want to speak, use the raise your hand icon on your screen, please. Next, I have Sarah Coletti.
Hello. I'm Sarah Coletti, and I am a parent of two San Luis Coastal students, one at the middle school level and one at the high school level. And I just want to say how much I appreciate Dr. Prater's recommendation being tied to the status of our tiers. If we're in our current state now at the red tier again, we won't open because it won't be safe. And I appreciate that. But that if we do, our numbers do improve and we are moved to the purple tier again, having that options for our students to come back to campus is what they need. And I appreciate that his recommendation is tied to that, so that we know that there is a possibility that these kids can return, but we're not going to force them to return if it's truly not safe and the county's not in a good place. And the other thing that I appreciate too is that families are given an option at this point. We have the option, if you feel you need to stay at distance learning, you can do that. But if you want your kids to come back, you can come back. I have another lens because I'm also an employee of the district, and I'm working on a campus that has students on, and seeing these students on campus and how excited they are to be on campus every day, how well they're doing with their masking and their social distancing and learning the new guidelines gives me hope that these kids can do the things we're asking, and that we can have kids come back to campus safely. And I hope that the board will vote for that to be an available option for our kids in the spring. And if 2020 and this whole pandemic has taught us anything, it's that life is unpredictable. And just as quickly as the board had an emergency board meeting in the middle of March to decide to close the schools, I know that if something were to happen again in the spring and miraculously this all disappears and we could all come back, and make the best thing for kids happen then too. This board has a heart for the kids, and I appreciate that, and I have faith that they'll make a decision to give us this possibility if it's safe in the spring, and know that the district will continue to do everything in their power as they have been to make these campuses as safe as possible for our kids to return. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, next I have Kim, and Kim, would you please state your full name when you come on?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, it's Kaufman, Kim Kaufman.
Thank you.
And just out of curiosity, and I'm sure it's been considered, but would there be an option ever of possibly Zooming, if families decide that they want their children to return to school, that's fine. And then to stay in their same class, could that class be conducted on Zoom as well for the kids in that classroom that opt not to go back to class? I was just wondering if that has been something that's been considered. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sarah Roos.
Hi, my name is Sarah Roos, and I am a teacher at Laguna Middle School. I teach special education as well as co-teaching in general education environments. I want to thank you guys. I know this has got to be one of the more difficult moments of your career on the board. So thank you for your patience. And I just want to urge you to consider that there are vast differences between bringing back an elementary population versus a secondary population. When you consider the movement of the students throughout the day, the fact that as middle schoolers, they do tend to flex their autonomy muscles. And that teachers at the secondary level are looking at exposure to 75 to 120 students on a daily basis, as opposed to an elementary teacher who has a much more, limited exposure. So those are concerns. As a special educator, I am very concerned about the loss of my ability to work with my students in small groups. In an environment where we come back and social distancing is being enforced, I will no longer have the option or opportunity or feel safe meeting with small groups of students. And this is frequently the only thing that keeps my co-taught students afloat. It's what keeps my students who are struggling in their general education classes afloat. And it prevents us from being able to provide the types of intervention that are being mandated, not just through their IEPs, but that they require in order to access the curriculum. So I want to thank you for your time and your consideration, and urge you to consider postponing the decision to return. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now if any of our Spanish speakers attending wish to make a comment. And if so, please raise your hand and we'll see it and our translator will be available to help. So the raise your hand icon is at the bottom of your screen. And it looks like we have none.
Ellen, you should say that please in Spanish.
It's being translated, Mila.
Oh, thank you very much.
We have translators. All right, so just one moment. Maria Cuen.
Buenas noches, soy María Cuen. Que no la vimos muy bien. Buenas noches, soy María Juan. Tengo dos hijos, uno en Pacheco y uno en Laguna Middle School. Señora María, suba su volumen porque no la oigo. ¿Es todo el que tengo ya? Ok, perdón. ¿Me escuchas? Poquito más. Está bien. Sí, está bien.
Alma, you can go ahead and do consecutive translation now. I've turned off the translate.
Ok. ¿Sí me escucha? Sí, señora María, continúe. Ok. Realmente pues agradezco ante todo a los profesores, a todo el personal que está trabajando para tomar una decisión con respecto al regreso a clases. Realmente yo me siento más segura que mis hijos realmente así se continúen virtualmente. Yo entiendo la posición de cada padre de familia en que pues tenemos diferentes situaciones con respecto al cuidado de nuestros niños. Y sé que muchos estudiantes necesitan ayuda psicológica y más apoyo para el aprendizaje, pero realmente yo encarecidamente pues les solicito que busquen las herramientas o el planeamiento que funcione mejor para que todos tengan la misma oportunidad de aprendizaje, ya sea virtual o en persona. Porque señora María, déjame traduzco un poquito y después me continúa, ¿ok? So, ¿tiene un niño en Pacheco? ¿En qué otro grado tiene su otro niño? En octavo grado, en Laguna. En Laguna. Okay. So Maria this time wants to thank everybody, the teachers and everybody on the board for all your hard work. She has two sons, one in Pacheco and one in Laguna. And she's saying that she's going to make the decision to continue with distance learning because it's the best decision for her family. And she understands that everybody has different situations. But not just the academics, but also she understands that it's hard for social and emotional, but we need to continue with distance learning for her. María, continúe. Sí, yo encarecidamente solicito que tomemos las medidas que aún todavía podemos, si ya llevamos, ¿qué tiempo ya llevamos ahorita pues con esto virtual? Pues esperar un poquito más que haya la distribución de las vacunas, si es que ya lo hay, si ya la autorizaron, pues que continuáramos con lo virtual y que reforzaran probablemente más a los niños psicológicamente y a las familias que lo necesitan tanto con el cuidado como de acuerdo a las necesidades de cada familia y para todos pues mantenernos pues sanos, que eso es lo primordial.
She also said that she wants for us to take all the precautions, the safety precautions for all the students, and give the students the social emotional help they need as well to take care of each other during these difficult times, and also for the people in their different situations, not just social emotional, but also with childcare and whatever academic needs they have.
There was also mention of continuing virtually until some sort of vaccine has been developed.
Thank you. Anything else?
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for all of you guys.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Right. Anyone else?
Yes, Ellen, is there a hand raise option?
Yes, it's on your screen, Mila. I need you to raise your hand, please.
You click on participants and then on that
Thank you.
side
I'm
panel,
looking on reactions
Okay.
and I'm looking on participants and I'm here.
Okay. All right, Mila, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mila Vujovic-Labar. I've been teaching 37 years in San Luis Coastal Unified School District. And I want to say that Dr. Prater is the best, the most brightest and heartful superintendent I have ever worked for. Also being said, I really think that the district tonight should postpone this decision to reopen until March 1st, as did Pajaro Union School District and a number of other school districts throughout our state. Given the numbers right now and given the fact that we're heading into a holiday season with both Thanksgiving and a lot of the winter holidays, I think it is absolutely foolish to make a decision based on the January 20th open date. I completely applaud everybody in our school district, in particular the IS&T department, my administrators, all of my colleagues. Everybody has worked, with so much heart. I miss my students. They are like my third child. My students are my heroes. And the fact that I'm teaching every day online is very difficult. I'm taking a breath. This is a pandemic of proportions our entire world has not seen. My great-grandmother died in the Spanish flu pandemic. I alerted Dr. Prater to a lot of these concerns very early on in January because I have a brother who lives in Hong Kong. And I saw the wave affect my brother and my niece, who is very highly achievement oriented. I think that we are really doing great damage to our school district to open instruction now. I don't think our sites are prepared. I don't think the ventilation is adequate. And I don't think that a lot of our families are prepared for the fact that if people do get sick, what to do. So the fact that we're teaching right now and all of the teachers are teaching with so much skill and all the students are learning with so much heart is super important right now. I've been very impressed, but I think it's a huge error right now for us to be opening ourselves to in-person learning January 20th. I would like you to all consider March 1st as being a new date. And I really hope that you do that tonight. I think it's dangerous to our school community. I think it's dangerous to our students. I think it's dangerous to our staff to open up for in-person instruction now. And I say that with a great degree of caution. I am a completely optimistic person. I want to be back with my students. I want to give them a high five. I want to
Thank
hug
you,
them.
Mila. Your time is up. Thank you
Thank
so
you very much. Thank you
Okay,
very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Next is Wendy Knight.
Wendy, go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Knight, and I have students at Laguna and Slow High School. And I just really want to applaud all of the teachers who are doing all the teaching on Zoom. I think everyone is doing an amazing job. And, you know, it's hard for the kids, but they're doing it and we're getting through. My main concern that, I'm sorry if I've missed this, but I just feel like I haven't heard this being addressed, is that I haven't heard there being any talk about attempting to get the kids in pods at the secondary level, which obviously would be harder than at the elementary school level. But, you know, the kids are all taking the same core classes or a variation on the same core classes. And it seems like some effort could be made to at least get all the kids in the same English and history and science and math all together so that that reduces the exposure to the teachers. I'm really concerned about the teachers having to see so many kids throughout the day. So yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Zachariah Regal.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'll keep this brief. I want to first of all say that I really appreciate the work the school board and the teachers are doing. My great-grandmother, both my parents were teachers, and I know what you guys do is really challenging. And I know that none of you have received any training in how to deal with the pandemic. The second thing I will say is that if our community is successful with this pandemic, it will mean that no kids and no teachers get very sick, get hospitalized, and die. And proving a negative is extraordinarily challenging. So it will be hard for us to keep that in mind, but I think we really need to remember that. The third thing I will say is that I am a pulmonologist. I'm a critical care physician. I actually do have some training and experience in taking care of these types of issues. And I can tell you that absolutely everything we know about respiratory viruses and respiratory illness means that in the wintertime, it gets worse. We're seeing that happen locally, statewide, and nationally. We're seeing communities in many parts of our country that are essentially ignoring the scientists, and they are paying with their lives, literally. And to be talking about opening up now in December or in January, when we haven't even had a chance to see what the effects of the holiday season are, I think is exposing us to astronomical damage, potentially losing lives. And I just encourage you guys to listen to your teachers. They know what to do here. And I would like to reiterate that I think considering a March 1st date makes much more scientific sense than considering a January 4 or 5 date. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Allison Graves.
Hi, thank you. I hadn't planned to speak tonight, but I just I'm really taken aback and surprised by the comments I've heard tonight, and so I just felt necessary to speak up and let you know that I do know a few families who have medical conditions and reasons why they are planning to continue with distance learning throughout the remainder of the year, and 100%, of course, everyone should have that option, and I support that and understand that completely. I also feel very strongly that there should be an option for those who do feel it necessary to return. And I just wanted to point out that, you know, I've lived and worked in this community for 25 years, and I'd say probably 99% of the kids in the district that I know and parents in the district that I know are all completely in favor of getting back to in-person instruction as quickly as possible. And none of us submitted commentary in advance because we thought that was pretty much a done deal. That was the plan that has been in place for a long time now. And I know everyone is in a bit of a panic right now because we just got put back into the most severe tier. However, I just want to point out that the commentary you might be hearing tonight is not representative, in my opinion, of what is out there in our community. And those that are speaking out are those who disagreed with the plan you had published originally, and not those of us who were in favor of the plan that has been in place. So please do take that into concern. I do have a child in high school still. I've been through the school system the entire time. And I know that she and her friends are suffering greatly. I've heard them talking about how they just don't feel like they can take it if it goes the rest of the year. And they're very emotional about it, and they're suffering. And they're AP students, and they're all still getting A's. And they're all scared to death that when they get back to school, it'll be made evident that they haven't been learning despite their best efforts of their teachers. It's not the teacher's fault, but they need to be in person. And they're really having a tough time, and they're not the obvious ones that are falling through the cracks. So if these kids who have, the best of circumstances are struggling this much, it just scares me for the rest of the students where they may be. So please just know that there are a silent majority of us that are desperately awaiting the moment that our kids can get back in person to in-person learning and figure out how this can be done safely, just like they've done in retail and we can go to Walmart, we can go to grocery stores. In my own field, in healthcare, we figured out how to work safely, and our staff aren't getting COVID. This can be done, and we're very supportive as a community of getting everyone back there safely in school.
Thank you. Nikki Roca.
Thank you.
Hello. I didn't write a whole lot, but I wanted to kind of add on to the women who just spoke. First of all, I want to thank you all. I understand how much time and effort by the administration, the staff, and the teachers who put all these plans together, and how you've come back to adjust them as needed. I think a lot of people are forgetting that at this time, the board is reviewing and going to make a choice of when we can go back in person, that we would be able to do that. On a personal level, I'm going to try not to cry. It just breaks my heart because I do have two kids in high school. Sorry. One of them is a senior, and he just feels like he's given up on ever being able to have the possibility to go back to school. And I know and understand the safety concerns there are. I think the plans that are moving forward would at least give us the opportunity, should we be able to go back to in-person instruction, that we could do so safely. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everyone's hard work.
Thank you. Robin Friedman O'Leary.
First of all, I want to thank all of you, and especially Dr. Prater and Kim McGrath for their leadership. I know as a parent, as a former teacher, that navigating this situation has to be much more incredibly difficult than any of us could ever imagine. I realize that teachers and students are hurting and they all want to be back, but I think that we just heard from the expert we need to hear from with Dr. Regal. And it's appropriate, the man specializes in pulmonology, that we listen to him and put this decision off. It's going to be very difficult to make a decision by November 30th, given what we know in the past few days about slipping back to the purple tier. The fact that we're trying to go back in January seems at this point unlikely, given the holidays and the fact that it's winter, from what the doctor said. And I would really appreciate the extra time to think about the safety of not just my own children, but the teachers that they love. They would never, ever forgive themselves if they happen to be the catalyst for making a teacher sick or possibly pass away. So having said that, all your hard work is not in vain if we put it off another month. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else is interested, please raise your hand. And I have Daniel Parks.
Hi, actually, Susie. My name is Susie Parks, and I have two daughters. One was a senior at SLO last year, and one is currently a sophomore. I'm also a teacher in the district in North County. And first of all, I just wanted to applaud. I've been so impressed with San Luis Coastal, just the constant communication and input that they're letting parents and families and teachers have. I commend you for that. And what I'm hearing from everyone, which is true, is just how much the kids want to come back and how difficult it is for everyone. And I completely agree with that. And as an educator, I can say it is very hard to teach distance learning, very hard to teach online. Everyone is missing that communication aspect. However, I do want to reiterate what others have said about the safety factor. I feel, especially with everything that's happening lately, we need to put safety first. First and foremost, safety for the students, the families, and the teachers. And I feel that we need to postpone the opening and wait and see what's going on as far as COVID cases in the county. And that's basically what I wanted to reiterate. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Abjean Parzanis.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I believe that there is nothing I can say that will change anybody's minds, and as such will not endeavor to do so here. What I would like to bring to the board's attention is that my first grade daughter, who attends C.L. Smith, belongs to a split household, and we do not currently agree as to how to proceed with learning for the remainder of the school year. County mediators are not even available for mediation appointments until well into December, past the district's deadline to decide if this reopening resolution passes. I brought this concern to Mr. Black in March, and then again to him, as well as Dr. Prater, over the past few weeks. Households such as mine, where co-parents disagree on how to proceed, are not being appropriately accommodated to make safe and equitable decisions for our unique situations. My household is at risk for COVID complications, and as such are not comfortable returning to in-person schooling. However, I am unable to advocate for myself and families like mine adequately because of these rushed decisions. Please postpone this resolution until we are able to make these decisions equitable for all families. Thank you.
Thank you. Maddie C., and please state your whole name. Oh. Your hand has gone up and down, and I'm not sure.
I recognize that I clicked the hand button on accident, so I apologize.
Oh, okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, Carrie Langner.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to add to the discussion. I'm a parent of two children at Pacheco Elementary School. I'm very concerned about the safety for our teachers and our children and the community of going back during the purple tier. I wanted to add one idea. I'm really concerned about equity. And so I think that one thing to consider in terms of bringing smaller groups of students back would be to privilege the students who are from families with low income, who are struggling in terms of having coverage during the day for their kids while they're working, and also children with IEPs, so children with disabilities. I believe those are the groups of children that we really need to put front and center in terms of receiving face-to-face education. And I think that's one way that we could accomplish that while keeping the class sizes small. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hold on one moment, please. We're updating. Christina Shalars.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a mother of 3 children. I wholeheartedly believe, I wholeheartedly would love for my elementary child to go back to school. But I do recognize some of the health concerns that there are out there. Earlier in springtime, I had a coworker who lost his grandfather to COVID. And the amount of devastation that he had to deal with, I think about that. I think about his 2-year-old daughter who will never have an opportunity to know her grandfather. I think about the tears I had personally telling my husband that I had to go to work because we still had our library open at Cuesta for students. And not being sure if I was going to get COVID and bring it to my 4-year-old daughter or my 9-year-old son or my 10-year-old son. And so I understand how much it means for some of you as parents who want school to come back. But I think I would have a much harder conversation telling my son that his teacher passed away, or that I'm sorry, your teacher won't be in for a week because her parent passed away. Or I'm sorry, daddy's sick with COVID, or that mommy's sick with COVID. And I know some of you, emotionally, we look at our children and we want to be the heroes and we want to tell them you're going back to school because you're going to get to be with your friends. But there's something that's so much bigger to that. Our children will have happiness again. There's Zoom sessions they can have with their friends. You know, there's so many ways we can make it work. And I know it's difficult, but it's not worth having to cry about losing somebody. It's not worth having to lose out on memories that we could have. And I want you all to think about that. We can hold off for just a few more months, especially with the holidays coming up. We definitely can hang in there for a few more months if we were able to hang in there from March to now. And I hope that that is taken into consideration, because I just don't want to hear about another coworker losing another family member over something that maybe could have been prevented. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Malloy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I would just like to remind the board that almost 70% of parents said they would like to send their children back to school right away. And I feel like that voice is not represented here in the comments this evening. I don't think the plan to send them back is perfect, but I think having a plan is very important to being able to do anything. And so I'm willing to support that plan. I think it's extremely conservative as well, that no one's going back until things are safe to do so. We're just voting on the ability to go back when it is safe. Many children and parents need their kids to go back to school. And I think that's a very important thing right now. Not one parent is being forced to send their child to school. Not one parent is being forced to do anything that they think is unsafe for their family. And I think that those that need and want to go back to school should have the opportunity to do so. And I would like to thank Ms. Emmerich for speaking up as well. She was our TK teacher last year, and she was really a wonderful teacher. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hey, Kristen Nussbaum.
Thank you so much. I figured turning on video might help give a face to a name here. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Board, thank you for your time. Superintendent Prater, thank you for your time. I know it's been a busy road, and like you were saying, a lot of meetings, a lot of voices. I just wanted to kind of speak to you as a high school secondary teacher, as well as a parent of 3 little ones in the district. And I wanted to talk about the reopening plans and their effects on everyone involved. So I understand that in good faith, we do need to work toward a solid, careful, and planned reopening plan. But a plan can, and in my opinion, should be separate from a date. So we can establish a time to reconvene to discuss a date for the full school reopenings when we know a little bit more about our COVID tier and how it looks, seeing as though we re-entered purple yesterday, seeing in the crystal ball to the future of January and beyond, as some of you have mentioned, March is often a really difficult or nearly impossible task. I'm extremely nervous about the effects this holiday and travel season will have on the spread and prevalence of COVID. Setting a slew of January dates specifically for elementary, Pacific Beach, and general secondary schools seems a little bit rash or hurried at this time. Instead, approving the plan separate from a designated date of implementation seems to me to be the wisest course of action. So I do acknowledge, of course, as a teacher, student achievement is important, but so is the health and safety of everyone in our community. At this time, distance learning is the safest option for all. Supports are in place. They're being expanded on many school sites. San Luis Obispo High School, where I teach for one, is expanding the special ed return population. Instead, we are focusing our energy on those populations of students in a smaller, more personalized manner while still allowing those who feel safest to return at a distance. And I know for secondary, that's one of the 3 options is to remain distanced. And I know a lot of time and energy has put into creating and perfecting and fine tuning these plans. That doesn't go unnoticed by me or anyone else in this Zoom room. We are, as teachers, still working on behalf of all students all the time. That's one of our main tenets of our district, all students all the time. But what we are doing is we're currently doing that in the manner that is the physically safest for everyone, myself included as a parent and a teacher. So it is my suggestion that we look at establishing the reopening plan separate from an attached firm date of return to on-campus instruction. Let us see in a more timely manner what tier we come into the months ahead.
Thank you. Thanks
And,
very much.
thank you for
Thanks
your
for
time.
your comments.
Thank you.
Brooke Segler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. Thank you to the board for taking the time to hear the concerns of the community. My name is Brooke Segler and I teach at Los Osos Middle School. I'm the parent of a 4th grader at Baywood and an 8th grader at Loams. I'm gravely concerned that teachers' concerns around safety are falling on deaf ears. In addition, I'm concerned that our district is ignoring parts of distance learning that are working in the rush to go back in person. In a poll of certificated employees conducted by the district at an informational meeting with certificated employees, but absent from any data shared at the board meeting, teachers who did not feel safe returning to on-site teaching outnumbered teachers who did. Over half the teaching staff of San Luis Coastal does not feel safe returning to on-site teaching right now. Across the district, cohorts of 14 or fewer students are returning to sites as needed. These students are struggling with online learning and are now being mentored and supported by a teacher on campus. Before the board commits to compelling all teachers, support staff, and students to come back on site, shouldn't we see if this cohort model is working? I'm asking that the board please acknowledge that a huge percentage of teachers are reluctant to return on site because they don't feel it is safe. Before compelling teachers to return, shouldn't that reluctance be acknowledged and followed up on? If cohorts of our neediest students are finding success because of their improved access to distance learning, shouldn't that data guide our movement forward? I would also like to add my voice to the chorus of those calling for a later start date. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you. Rocio Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm a 5th grader. I want to go back to school because it's hard for me because of the internet, and I need help to do my homework sometimes. And my parents are at work, and my sister is doing her own schoolwork. I follow directions and wear a mask at all times, but if you feel like it isn't safe to go back to school, I understand. Thank you.
So this was my daughter. She wanted to speak tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, and I'm torn. I'm like half and half, but she just wanted to share what her feelings towards this. Thank you.
And we appreciate that. What's her name, Rocio?
Julieta.
Julieta. Okay, gracias, Julieta. Okay, Carla Quiroga.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As everyone has mentioned, I really appreciate all the thoughtfulness and the hard work that the board is putting towards this decision, as well as the administration. And I am so appreciative, speaking personally, about the teachers who are working so hard during this time and trying to make this experience a positive and productive one for our children. My daughter goes to Pacheco, and as I've mentioned in previous meetings, I feel as if though we truly don't have the options that most other families do. You know, if we choose to keep our children home and safe, then we lose our spot and we can't continue in the wonderful learning community of Pacheco. I was really encouraged earlier when I heard Dr. Prater mention that he would like to continue school board meetings to happen virtually for those who do not want to meet in person. And I'm wondering if a option like this would be possible for returning to school, Pacheco. For those students who do feel comfortable returning, they can, but that there might be a virtual option for other students in that same class to continue learning remotely. I understand that this is probably a huge challenge, but I just wanted to reiterate, I think another parent had mentioned it, and see if that was something that was an option. It just feels like the timing is really bad right now, that we don't know what the winter is going to hold, and we know the impact it has on respiratory illnesses, and that we're being asked to make a decision by November 30th, when we anticipate that, you know, the numbers are going to continue to go up. And so, you know, I do feel encouraged also that the spread is minimal from children to children, but I don't think that that holds true to the exposure that it would put for adults that the children are going to be with every day. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jason Browning.
You're muted, Jason.
Good evening. I am a kindergarten teacher at Pacheco Elementary School, and I'm a terrible public speaker, and so bear with me because I usually have an audience of 5-year-olds in front of me. I just wanted to applaud the thought that's going into the planning stages of all of this. I know this is a huge undertaking to figure out how to try and get back to in-person instruction. There is no doubt that everybody involved, in my opinion, parents, teachers, administrators, children, all want to be back in person. And I see the day-to-day struggles that families have. But I also believe that we need to be cautious in our going back to in-person instruction. I think 2 or 3 speakers ago, the speaker mentioned that perhaps the planning and the return date could be 2 separate items, in that we could continue planning, because I know that, and other teachers at my site know, that it's going to take a lot of planning and a lot of preparation to be ready to get the classroom ready for in-person instruction. So to start planning now is a really important thing to put in place. But I also realize that right now things are very uncertain, and things tend to be trending in the wrong direction. And so perhaps we might want to look at separating the go back date to the actually planning and implementation of getting ready to go back. To everybody, very much, thanks a lot. And I think we'll all get through this together, and everyone has the best intentions at heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just one moment, we're checking to see if anyone else. Cassandra Richford.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Richford. I have 4 students in the district. One is a 3rd grader at Monarch, and then I have 3 at Los Osos Middle School. My daughter, who's an 8th grader, she actually had wrote a letter and spoke to multiple friends about issues they've had being distant learning, lack of sleep, the social issues, things like that. My 6th grader and my 7th grader have had issues of not being able to relate to their classes, not being able to get their stuff done because of understanding, and not feeling like it was an actual school year. Both my boys have been able to go into the cohort at Loams, and in the short time they have been there, they seem to be doing so much better and are so much happier. It just seems like a lot better program to be able to do. I feel that the kids getting to go back to school, maybe in small groups like this, as cohorts, things like that, spacing them out a little bit more, doing random ones, and still letting the teachers do it on Zooms like they're doing now, that could help. And let the kids be able to go back to school and maybe base it off of ones that are having more problems at home with the Zoom and understanding the program and everything.
Thank you. Wendy Knight.
Tell her you're someone else. Actually, this is Louis Zimmerman.
Okay.
I'm using Wendy's computer. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't have anything planned what I'm going to say. However, I've been really enjoying everyone's comments, very thoughtful, and we all realize this is a very difficult time for us, and we all want our kids to go back to school. But in our situation, it's we have our kids are in a split family situation, and one of the parents is at risk, and it's in our I have 2 kids in the district, one 7th grade and one in 10th grade, and it was very my 10th grader, sophomore, is very enthusiastic about school. He was so into band and everything, and as a freshman, I mean, amazing how important the social aspect was. But he's surviving now. He's hanging in there, all AP classes, all A's and all this. But if we could never go back to school, if it was to reopen, we would have to leave because of his mother. I mean, think about that. What if you think about how a child would feel if they realized they were the one going to school that would cause send their mom to a hospital. I don't know. As I say, I didn't have anything planned to say, but I really enjoy love to hear how, just postponing this whole going back to school thing and setting up your, developing a plan now. It's a great idea, but we definitely need to wait, because I'm so sorry, but I think it's going to get worse. I wish it wasn't, and I'm very optimistic, but that's the way it goes. Sorry for the rambling message. Thank you for all you're doing, you guys.
Thank you. We're just checking to see if anyone else is on the list. All right, it looks like that concludes the public comment portion. I do want to reiterate before we come to the board that, I've seen my colleagues here taking notes. I'm watching Dr. Prater take notes. We are listening, and I hope that you have an idea based on the comments you've heard of how the great variety of opinions and suggestions and ideas and solutions people have to this. So there's some alignment here and there, and then there are a lot of differences. So I also want to point out that, and I believe Dr. Prater will emphasize this as well, that everything we're doing or discussing, I don't know what we'll be doing, but that we'll be discussing here tonight will be tied into the metrics that are currently, things have to meet all the requirements set out by the state and the county. So at this time, I'm going to come back to the board for discussion and see where we land on this. Anyone? Catherine.
I would just like to say that my heart goes out to these parents who spoke to us tonight and their feelings and their emotions, and our teachers and our kiddos who really miss their teachers and their classmates. And I think that we can all agree that we want to land this plane together, so I think we want to try to come together and see the things that we have in common rather than necessarily the dates or times or schedule. I read, I think it was in the LA Times today, that Governor Newsom quoted as saying, COVID-19 is going to be with us for a long time. We must adapt. And what that tells me is that we need to plan carefully, as we are, and that we need to not go headlong into a decision immediately, that we should neither rush nor not take action. I just want to encourage us all to just kind of take a breath and see where we have our intersections of things that we can do and those that we have to wait to do until we know more information about what this pandemic is going to do. We'd like to just throw out one thing that I don't think anyone's talked about, and that is that I would, because we've talked so much about how much our students are losing by not being in class, I hope that we can come up with a learning recovery plan that would go along with our reopening plan. That someone else has probably already thought about that, but I'd like to just throw that out and put that in the mix. But I just don't think that I hear people saying like, we got to do this or we got to do that. I just don't think it's an either or proposition. So I look forward to hearing everyone else's input and ideas and working through this together, because it is something we have to face sooner or later. And I look forward to hearing everyone's input on that as well.
Thank you. Evelyn?
I'm sorry. Yes, I guess I really want to throw this out to, I have a lot of different questions, and, hearing from our teachers' concerns, parents, and landing the plane, as Catherine said, is really not really about kind of wants. I'm not hearing from a lot of parents or teachers about wants. It's about really what needs to happen. But I would like to throw out and hear from my fellow board members, those who attended the webinar last night regarding the County Office of Education. Because in that webinar, Dr. Pitty Borenstein, who is the Public Health Department person who is approving plans based in science, it is incredibly confusing, as I read letters from, different doctors in our community, where they're landing, people who have experience with children in our community. And so, we have districts to the north and south who are following similar protocols. So I would like to throw it out to the board, where their take is on that webinar, and hearing from the local public health department, because that is, the science and the guidance we're being given. So I would just like to throw that out there.
Thank you. Chris.
Yeah, and thank you, Evelyn. And I did listen to that as well. What I got from Dr. Bornstein was that once the county goes into the purple level, that schools may not reopen except for waivers. And furthermore, that secondary schools may not reopen at all. There will be no waivers for secondary schools. I don't, I'm not sure what else we can talk about. She did present some ideas and suggested that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that she was concerned about student mental health. And I think that she did mention that as well. And there's some things that I'd like to bring up, just some sort of not random things, but things I heard, and I really want to acknowledge everybody, and I really heard a lot tonight. One of the things that concerned me was this notion of Pacheco, and I understand how we might be talking about that, but for a child who has spent essentially all of his or her elementary school time at Pacheco, and then to go to a virtual learning situation where they might be forced to leave Pacheco, I have a problem with that. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to see something done about that. I think from hearing people, I was looking at the resolution, and I do believe, as one of the people said, this is about possibilities and the possibility of going back to school. But I think we are going to have to be flexible on the date. And I do know that one of the things in the resolution that we talk about in section number 4 is a January, or the January start dates based on the metrics that we have, not being in the purple zone. I think that we may need to be flexible on that. I'd like to hear back from Dr. Prater about that as well. I think that eventually we are going to have to land on a date, and we're going to have to figure out what that's going to be. And it may be that it's pushed out until March. I'm not sure about that. I think one of the things that we need to think about, and that I'd like to acknowledge, is the concern that everybody has for their community and for their safety. I'm hearing concerns from parents, and I hear concerns from parents about whether their children return to school or not. I hear concerns from parents about the health and safety of their kids, but I also hear concerns about parents saying, we've got to get our kids back to school. Our kids are suffering. I hear from teachers who are saying, I really am I'm happy to come back to school. My children are thriving. The children I'm seeing are thriving. I'm excited. But then, of course, I'm hearing especially the secondary teachers saying, we don't know how this is going to work for us. We're not really sure. We're seeing a lot of students. We don't know that we can stay safe. And although the planning we're talking about and the resolution we're talking about relates both to secondary and elementary, I do think we need to consider the differences between secondary and elementary. And I'm not sure how what that would look like. But I think that's important. I think one of the other things that's important for me is this notion of trust. And really, given our planning, can the district be trusted to do the right thing? Can we be trusted to open, when we eventually open, and implement the plan with fidelity? And I believe that it is our intention to do that. but I still think that that's going to be key to our opening plan and whatever else we, what we're able to do. Randomly, just some other notes. I think ventilation is going to be absolutely critical in how we ventilate our classes and what we do about that. The things that we hear, I read as much as I possibly can are, distancing, masks, ventilation, testing, and contact tracing. Those are going to be important things that we're going to need to do. I think that's about it. I do, though, I'd like to hear from Dr. Prater about section number 4, which is the date that we have, and the notion of flexibility based on the level that we're at, the purple, the orange, the yellow level we're at. Thank you.
I have Mark, then Evelyn.
Thanks, Ellen. So a lot of my notes are similar to Evelyn's comments about the webinar yesterday. I think it was very clear on what districts are facing and what they need to do. I have to say I may be in disagreement with some folks on this, but I think having a clear date gives us something to work from and not necessarily work for. And I think Dr. Prater has been clear that his recommendation is based on 4 weeks of being in the red tier, and that right now we're already in the purple tier. There's not that much time left before the start in January. My sense from talking and reading with people that are professionals and involved in this is that we won't be out of the purple tier. We've got Thanksgiving coming, and we have Christmas coming, and we have the holidays coming, and I just expect that we'll be worse off than we are now. I think it will get better, but I think having a date gives our staff the time to put in place what needs to be there to work on the systems that need to be done. I have a concern about the learning recovery plan that I've seen from staff. It's excellent. It talks to a lot of the great things that we have that we can do for students in learning recovery. But I have 2 things that I'd like to suggest. Within the plan, there's some talk. The heading is November, early January academic recovery. It speaks to students in academic resource classes and English learner students. And I'd really hope that we're going to be able to identify and say students in identified subgroups and maybe such as English learners. I don't want to lose the numbers and the data that we have on other subgroups such as socially economically disadvantaged. And I think those subgroups are all important. In fact, when I look at the plan, I noted that all the wonderful things that we have would be focused on evening classes and Saturday classes. And I have some questions and concerns about that maybe can be addressed tonight or at another time. And my concerns are that in all of our identifiable subgroups, these are the groups that traditionally miss school. I went to the US Department of Education website. The gap between our more wealthy and white students and other students in our district is sometimes 50% more absenteeism in other groups, especially among American Indians, Black students, and Hispanic students being absent. So I'm sort of questioning in my mind if those kids can't make it to school during the regular school day, and they may be the ones most struggling right now, that I think trying to pin our hopes on evening classes and Saturday classes may be something we want to re-examine, especially if we're looking for teachers who are going to volunteer for those classes. I have some concerns about that part of the plan. I have spoken with people in the community, stopped people in the grocery store with school-age kids to ask them their opinions. One of the things I heard about was families that have gotten together and hired a tutor, or actually in one case, one of our own teachers, to work with a very small group of kids to make sure that they've got all the help and all the support that they need. And so I'm wondering, maybe as an alternative to the Saturday and evening classes, the district can find a way to work with those that don't have the finances or the means to find a tutor or find a teacher to work with their groups. If the district can take its focus away from Saturday and evening classes and put it in creating small pods with a teacher, with a substitute, with someone, a paraeducator, that can work with smaller groups of kids to ensure and give them the learning recovery that they need. So I'm hoping we can look at that as well. I'm going to yield the floor at this time.
Did you say you're done, Mark, for now?
Yes, I'd like to speak
Okay,
again.
thank you. Evelyn.
Okay, Ms. Schiffer, thank you. Dr. Prater, I do want to some clarification regarding, because as I'm reading and have been reading the resolution, it is clearly tied. I know there's dates, but the dates are irrelevant if we don't meet the actual metrics. So, I mean, I'm hearing what Chris is saying and Mark is saying, but I'm reading it is that we have these dates, but the dates are sort of irrelevant because, you know, we have to meet those metrics. And secondly, and this gets back to something Chris was saying, you know, those pillars of a safe reopening of mask, social distancing, the testing surveillance that we're doing. And the one that I keep hearing from staff is the ventilation. And I would like to hear a little bit more. I know that Mr. Pinkerton has, you know, we've hired a company and they're fixing, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about potential differentiation in that systems, because we have some of those classrooms that are, you know, the internal loop, such as like at Los Osos Middle School and some of our other schools where there's an internal loop where there's no outside access window or really door for, so I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. And then thirdly is, I'm hearing from a lot of, you know, with all the stakeholders that I'm hearing from, even within stakeholders, whether it's parents or teachers or other members of the community, there's no, it's a wide range of opinions, requests, and concerns. So even within, you know, different, you know, cohorts of families I'm hearing. But I think my biggest concern is really is the need. What I'm hearing a lot from is not really from families who kind of want or think it's best, but need for either the mental health of their student, the not necessarily learning loss, but inability to access the learning through no fault of our teachers or through no fault of our platforms, because I've visited those classrooms and I've seen phenomenal work being done. So I don't think I can't lump the want and the need together, because they're two very, very different. And I can't even really look at that from an SES point of view or from any other need point of view, because it is so different, which is why it seems so difficult to be landing and steering this plane. So that's kind of right now what my comments for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else at this time? Walt.
Well, as a licensed pilot, I have to say you don't land an airplane by getting consensus from the community. You landed by paying attention to the laws of aerodynamics, science. And that's what I'm focused on. We have no business voting for something at this moment in time when we know all the trends are going in the wrong direction. Even if our return to the purple tier, we're still allowed what I would call unprofessionally, a loophole to continue doing stuff that we're doing, is not a good basis for adopting a timetable at this stage to move forward on. I appreciate everything I've read, everything I've heard. I understand, strike that. I appreciate, I definitely don't understand what our parents and our families and our teachers and staff are going through and are worried about. But I can say, and indulge me for a bit, I'm a 74-year-old man. As a kid, I vividly remember the polio epidemic. I vividly remember the fear that my parents had, even though they were very careful about expressing it, and we didn't have 24/7 media saturation telling us stuff. I have appreciated over my life the fact that as a Navy brat, a Navy kid, traveled, transferred all over the place, that children are so much more resilient than at times us parents, myself included, give them credit for. So please, this is something we can get through. Your children can get through it. And please, as I've said before, be careful of your rhetoric and expressing yourself around your children and what you're allowing them to be exposed to on the television set in the living room and things like that, because it impacts them. It makes things more dynamic and more central to their ongoing well-being than it should be. And there are tests that go on in people's lives, epidemics, wars, strife, political craziness, and we get through it. This district is remarkable, wonderful people. I trust them. I trust our administration and Dr. Prater. I asked earlier about separating out the district learning recovery and plan from the matter about passing the motion for a date certain. I am all in favor of the learning recovery plan, and I appreciate that Dr. Prater and the administration has taken on this responsibility, because I was very concerned about it. But I'm just not in a position to say yes to the resolution that says we start at a date certain. And thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Mark.
Thanks. At this point, I just have to compliment my fellow board members and the ability to take in not only the volumes. I've read everything that we've gotten so far, and I find it amazing that I even got a letter delivered, and it was so unique and so wonderful. But all the emails, all the research, all the news articles, and to come to this meeting with open minds and to listen. There's just a couple of things. A vaccine was mentioned several times, and I just want to be clear that a vaccine is not a cure. So no matter how soon it comes, it's not going to be effective until it is allowed to be used and to work its way through being something that's preventative. And so when we talk about a vaccine, I think it's really important to remember that. Sorry. I also just want to say that this recommendation talks about a hybrid plan, and several of the parents mentioned it, and I'd like to reiterate it. The plan calls for a date to open classes, but allows everyone to keep their kids in virtual learning if they want. And this is the last time I'll mention this, but again, I think that a date is a point in time where this district and the administration and this board will reevaluate again whether to open based on the metrics. And so those are my comments right now, and I'd love to hear more from my fellow board members.
Any other comments at this time? Marilyn?
Yeah, thank you. I've taken a lot of notes. I've listened to everyone, and I've read everything that that I've received from parents and teachers and community members. And I have to say, you know, I am still on the horns of a dilemma. I don't feel like there is a good answer here that, you know, is so
compelling,
feels so right to me that I can say, this is what I'm going with, and I absolutely believe in it. I see both sides of the issue. I definitely, I know that I'm called to serve students, that is the first priority of this job. And I'm hearing about so many students that are struggling in distance learning, either academically or socially and emotionally. Parents who are struggling because they have to work, yet have their children at home. But, you know, that I have to balance that against my feelings that people should not, with so much that is, I believe, still unknown, that our employees deserve some consideration from us, that they should not have to go to work in a situation where they feel that their health is threatened. I take their concerns very seriously. And I really believe that people are frightened. So we have parents who in this resolution, we are proposing that parents would have a choice. They can either return their children to in-person learning, a modified version of in-person learning, or they can remain in distance learning, or for older students, they can elect virtual learning through Apex. But we don't really offer our employees any options like that. And although, you know, if they can demonstrate that they have a qualifying disability or cause for concern, we will do our best to try to put them into a distance learning mode. I am very conscious of all the concerns that have been expressed by those who can't avail themselves of that and who will be going back if we vote to send them back. Yet on the other hand, we receive videos from students who are obviously suffering immensely in distance learning. They are emotionally ragged, and it is painful to watch them try to express their emotional state and where they feel their life is and where they feel their life is headed. So, you know, I guess I have to just throw up the conflict ball. I am still conflicted about what is the best course of action. I know that given the metrics that are covered in this resolution, that the return to school dates that we contemplate are not hard and fast, because the metrics are what will define when children would come back to school. But I absolutely can't support, and I don't imagine that, you know, that it's even a real possibility. I can't support sending kids back to school before 21 days have elapsed after the conclusion of the holidays. So even if it were really possible to send elementary students back prior to the 21st or whatever the date is, I would want to see that that date extended. I see Evelyn's hand is raised, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Go right ahead, Marilyn.
I don't know. I just suddenly.
You're a teacher, Marilyn. You're a teacher. I do have a question, and this relates to, I mean, we're talking about potential, and but what about now that we're in purple, and what about those teachers and parents that are currently right now in our classroom, like our TKs and our kinders that are back? Are we saying that it's not safe and that those students and teachers must go back? I know that the county public health department says that if you open in red, that you and you move to purple, you can stay. But if we are, you know, that's a conundrum, because right now we do have students at grade levels in our campus, and some of our campuses have more than, I think they have 2 or 3 grade levels. So I'm throwing that out there.
Mark.
You're on mute, Mark.
You're muted, Mark.
I do have something else I'd like to add, but Ellen, you always have some great thoughts, and we haven't had a chance to say anything yet. So I'm just wondering if you want anything you'd like to add.
You know, I have a couple of questions. I think that I do think, as most of you know, I want to tie everything to science. I think that the proposed date is, I don't believe it's carved in stone. Dr. Prater can set me straight if I'm wrong. It's my understanding, you know, you have to realize that date was set out before, a couple days ago, before we moved back into purple. I would like to know that we will closely follow metrics, that we will, if we open, I personally would prefer, having been out of purple for 21 days, and I don't, that's simply because I feel that it just is slightly more conservative. I can live with the 14 if that's what we need, if that's the will of the board. I do, it's my understanding that we have voices we don't hear from a lot. It's my understanding that our homeless population, student population, has nearly doubled since in this period of time. I'm very concerned about those students we have whose safe place is at school. We haven't had eyes on kids in a long time. teachers haven't been able to have those conversations with kids about, you know, how are you doing? You don't look like yourself today. What's going on? You want to stay behind and help me do something, you know, so just as an opportunity to have eyes. We haven't been able to use our resources to their full advantage because it's difficult to identify kids in trouble. I'm worried about our high school seniors, you know, what they're trying to sort out for their college years. I'm worried about kids trying to learn to read or at the other end, using a computer. I believe that kids are resilient. I agree with Walt with that kids are probably more resilient than we may give them credit for. I also think something that is unusual in this situation, unlike times when kids are in an more isolated situation, having to endure deep struggle. This is a shared, difficult experience. So no one, in some respects, none of us is alone. You know, we're all miserable in our own way going through this. Families, workers, kids, you know, this is something that is occurring with all of us. But I would say that we, administration and as school board members, we're leaders. Leaders make decisions, leaders lead. So I know this is difficult and it should be, we should be struggling with it. We should be hashing it out. But it is up to us to make the best possible decision we can under these circumstances. I really believe that nothing we're going to do tonight is carved in stone. There remain too many unknowns. I think we want to give it the best possible guidance we can and feel as good as we can. But we've got to come up, I believe, as one board member, we've got to come up with a plan that we feel we can support and move and advance and move forward. So those are my thoughts. I share Evelyn's question about, I share your question, Evelyn, about what about our kids who are in school now that we've gone to purple. I would like more clarity regarding if we go back to school in red and then go to purple. I don't know whether I would support remaining in school, having schools opened in the purple tier, even when we've gone back and could get a waiver. I don't know whether I would support that. But overall, I would really like to get kids back in school. So, Chris.
It occurs to me, thank you, Ellen. It occurs to me that there are a couple of things about this resolution that I think we can agree on. I would like to think that we can agree that safety, both for staff and students, is paramount. And so that brings me to the question, so does the reopening plan that we have satisfy that? And I do believe it does if it's done with fidelity. I think I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I think we probably could agree that getting kids back to school is paramount. And that distance learning, although we do hear success stories, that distance learning is not the best way to teach kids. Ellen, I thought your comments about the homeless kids, the kids that we're not seeing, the kids that I'm worried about, D's and F's, and is there a correlation between D's and F's and our kids who are struggling economically? Are we giving kids the chance for that? You know, by the loss of learning this year it seems to be well documented, not necessarily just for our school district, but overall. When I think about when I think about the loss of potential lifetime earning because of this. That worries me. And when I think about the parental workforce, somebody mentioned it tonight, how this is overwhelmingly causing women to suffer and lose their jobs potentially. I'm worried about those things, but getting back to this, so I think if we can agree that getting kids back to school is important. We've got two things we've agreed on: safety and the importance of getting kids back to school. Another thing I think that this resolution does is that it basically empowers the superintendent to move forward on the planning that needs to happen, and the very physical things that we need to do to make sure that our schools are safe. I think there will be questions about opening, I think, secondary schools versus elementary schools. And I don't know if that's something we can agree on or not. I think they are going to look two different ways. I don't know if we can agree on that. I think the one thing that I'm feeling about this is I'm not sure if we agree that a hard certain date in January is something that we would agree on, or if there is other language that would give the superintendent the necessary timelines that Mark is talking about, for example, because Mark, I think you're right. I think that we owe it to people to at least have some benchmarks there. So is an issue to passing this right now, I guess I'm going to throw this out there to the board, is that something that we need to think about, is the dates. If we can agree on those other things and agree that this resolution covers them, then is the date the issue? And I'm going to stop there and see if anybody else has any comments about that.
I think we're posing some questions that Dr. Prater can give us some answers to, so we're not going around in circles. So feel free to jump in.
Well, I was just wanting to the conversation is really good, and maybe I'm too close to this. That's very possible, and I will try my best to address what I heard. The first thing I want to say before I go and sort of address the specific questions, let me kind of generalize for a moment. When in the resolution, the hard and fast date, just like Mr. Buckman mentioned, he was spot on, that date exists so that we can plan effectively. This is a big ship. You don't just put quality programs together in a matter of a couple weeks. This requires a whole lot of planning, a whole lot of cooperation, and communication. So the hard date of elementary and secondary exists because we backward mapped what we felt was needed in order to be successful in offering adequate planning time to our teams. So that's one thought. The reality of it all is that parents have to plan. So if parents don't have confidence in a date, then they have to make different kinds of decisions in the declaration period. But you see that declaration period, as Mr. DeBost from Paso said last night in the webinar that the county put together, he was spot on. He said it's really frustrating because it depends. The answer to this whole thing is if parents have those dates and I'm asking them to land on a decision for their child, whether it be distance learning or in person, then everything from that declaration period, we gather that information and build our schedules. And once we build our schedules, we're able then to work with our teachers. Those teachers that feel health impaired, maybe there's a spot for them in distance learning. that we wouldn't otherwise be able to accommodate. If 50% of the parents decide they want distance learning, then we have a whole bunch of slots we're gonna have to fill for distance learning to ensure those kids have their teachers in place at the start of January. And so the date certain allows parents to finish that declaration form with confidence. Now, in the resolution, I also stated that if we're not in the red tier for 14 days, then we're going into distance learning. The difference is, I mean, for everyone, the difference is that in the month of December, we're putting together a program, an in-person program and a distance learning program that needs to be staffed, and those teachers need to prepare accordingly. So it's complex. Your decision tonight allows us to do that necessary work so that those staff members who are petrified, afraid, as Mrs. Rogers said, we can recognize that and find ways to accommodate them to the best of our abilities. But what we're really saying is that we want to put this decision in the hands of our parents. Our parents get to decide what they want for their children, given these scenarios. Now, I also want to say that I realize there's a lot of fear right now, especially with the winter coming and with the purple tier. I understand it completely. But the state has also made it very clear, the science supports it, that when you're in the red tier in the state of California, not only does the state declare that that is safe for schools to reopen, there's guidelines through the California Department of Public Health that align with that declaration. And then furthermore, we have the California Department of Education that says in their guidelines that is in fact okay to come back in school, and as long as those guidelines are followed. SLO County Public Health has approved these hybrid models that I'm putting forward to you in this proposal. So I want to be real clear that I'm not asking you to bring back kids in the purple tier. I'm asking you for a date so that we can plan, so that parents can fill out that form, and then we can plan accordingly. Now, it very well may be that we're in the purple tier in January. It may be that we don't come into the red tier until February or even March. Who knows? But what I can tell you is this recommendation gives us that ability to remain flexible. The difference is parents will have landed on a decision in the window of the declaration period. They will have made their decision, and then we can plan accordingly so that in January, if we're in the purple tier, everybody has an assignment. Everyone's got a child has a teacher has a caseload of students, and they enter into a virtual distance learning model, just like we're in now. When we go into February, all of a sudden, if those trends start to drop, we'll have 14 days or more. I come back to you and say, board, you approved this reopening plan. We have our plan in place. The numbers look like they're really declining. I would propose to you at that point that maybe we open at at a time certain so that we can give our parents and give our kids and teachers the opportunity to make those preparations. So we're going to allow the science to guide us. We're going to allow the trend to lead us. But what we're asking for tonight is the ability to plan, create the model so that parents made their decision. We align our plan to those requests. We staff it accordingly. We then also are held accountable, and I have to make this super clear, to Senate Bill 98. Senate Bill 98 was designed by the state legislature, and they made it super clear that the expectation is that kids need to have direct instruction, and if at all possible, the expectation is that that instruction is done in person, because they know how important it is to have kids with adult eyes on them. Now, I have to commend our teachers. I must say this from the rooftops. Our teachers have done an amazing job. Heroic kind of work. The kinds of work they're doing is exhausting. It is a paradigm shift in their pedagogy. It is a shift that is so different than what in-person instruction versus distance learning instruction are two entirely different pedagogies. And so I share that with you because we're asking our teachers to pivot. And that pivot is not easy. That pivot is challenging. And it's exhausting, by the way. So Senate Bill 98, red tier, Senate Bill 98, the science supports us coming back into person. We have created a hybrid model that allows us to live within those guidelines. Now, I would like to, for a moment, address Mr. Unger's point about secondary and elementary, because I feel very differently. Now, like I said, I commend what our teachers have done. Pretty amazing work. And not just that, but I see promise for a blended model down the road. As we look towards our future, post-COVID, there's going to be some really awesome changes and adaptations because of this work at the secondary level in particular that I'm excited about exploring with our teachers, of course. And so what I would like to say is that Dr. Fauci has the big four, which we have captured in our hybrid models, and they align to keep people safe. And they are avoid large crowds. Okay? Well, we've cut through the hybrid model, we've cut the population of a classroom in half. So we have smaller groups that are in the school or in a classroom at any given time. They're there for 3 periods, and then they go home. Okay? But adults have their eyes on them. And also 6 feet social distancing, masks, and ventilation. I heard questions about ventilation, and here's what I want to tell you. I had a long conversation today with Emily Cappellano, and she said something to me that I think is really important that I speak to, and that is she acknowledges that we're working on this HVAC audit, and we're working tirelessly on this. However, there's a level of confidence, a level of trust that all the classrooms in the district that we're asking teachers to be in with kids are addressed in a differentiated way. Because not all classrooms are the same in our district in terms of ventilation. We know that we have schools. We heard this tonight, and I must echo it as being true. We have older classrooms at Slow High with poor ventilation, and that must be addressed. I will not put teachers in classrooms that are not properly ventilated. I won't do it. In fact, I'm going to work with Mr. Pinkerton and Mr. Bonin and every single site principal, and we're going to go through every classroom to make sure that that ventilation is addressed properly. And in fact, Mrs. Frame gave me a wonderful suggestion with some things going on in Lucia Mar right now, where they're exploring filter systems with ionization equipment that I think shows promise, could be fantastic. But you see, we have to make a decision. At some point, I would argue that delaying it to March might sound good right now. I'm not so sure that decision is going to be much easier in March, because there will be reasons in March to say, why not just go to June, right? And what I want to end with, before I go through each of these points that I heard from board members, what I want to end with is For me, the mission of this district is clear. It's about kids. And we have primary age kids who have lost the ability to know their teacher intimately. We have lost that opportunity to give those kiddos what they need. And I'm not disparaging the hard work our teachers have done, because they've done the best they can possibly do with the circumstances before them. But I truly believe those kids need to be back in school, even in this hybrid model, which isn't perfect. But I do believe they need to be back. And if we're in the red tier and for 14 more days or more, we're aligned with the science, the plan is aligned to safe practice, elementary and secondary, I would argue, and our kids will benefit from it directly. For families that don't feel comfortable with it, we'll work our best to accommodate them. I heard some really fantastic ideas. The Baywood kindergarten dual immersion, Pacheco dual immersion, the kiddos that are gonna lose their spot. I think we should explore a virtual program for those kids if we can. And I think we can. And I'm willing to explore that because I think it's important. But you see, what's hard right now is, as Mr. DeBose said last night, we need the information from our families in order to plan and then develop and ensure proper ventilation is attended to. We need to ensure that we're ready to go when the metrics allow us to open. I've heard from far too many high school students, and for that matter, middle school students, who are just simply not doing well, psychologically, academically. Or, as one child said from a school of ours, I'm an AP kid, I'm getting straight A's. It looks from the surface that I'm doing just fine, but I'm telling you, I'm not doing fine. And I want the board to hear that, because I'm not sure it came out tonight in the public comment. Although we had over 40 public comment periods today, and they were all valid. However, the voices that were not heard tonight, that I know many of you have heard, have to be embraced and I think called out. And I'm saying this to all of you, that I think this plan gives us this ability. It doesn't lock us in to January 13th and 21st if the purple tier stays in force. We're not locked into those dates, but we have a plan. And that's a different story than not having a plan, or having a plan and not having a date. I say this resolution addresses all of those nuances. We've given this tremendous thought. And then I want to say to the parents, especially our elementary parents, who are caught in this hybrid piece. They want their kid back, but they're working. They're working parents. I'm one of them. I know my wife and I both worked. We had young kids. I mean, we had to juggle and manage. I get it. So that's why Mr. Pinkerton has worked so closely with the city of SLO, Morro Bay, and the YMCA to build in subsidized childcare, which is part of our learning recovery and childcare plan, so that parents have the ability to have their children at school full day, well supervised, half the day with their teacher, half the day with their childcare program that I think is doing a fantastic job, by the way, given all the circumstances. So I feel like the piece that I'm still working on, and I know we as a team are working on it, is the transportation piece. Well, the transportation piece is critical. We heard this tonight. We have a parent who, by the way, I respect a whole lot. Kristen's, well, I won't use the name. Respect her a whole lot. She lives in Los Osos, has 2 kids that go to Pacheco, relies on the bus to get her children to school every day. And we're putting their family in this really difficult place.
It's chia bedtime.
And what I will say to that is we're working on a progressive plan for transportation that doesn't violate health standards, okay? And it's going to be really challenging, don't get me wrong, but it gives us time to develop it. So I really believe if you approve this plan tonight, I will keep coming back to you. You know that about me. I will keep coming back to you. I will keep answering those questions. I will be as transparent and forthright as I can. But our children in this district deserve a little bit of us pushing the envelope, not recklessly. I disregard that. It's not reckless. It's stating exactly what the state of California is saying. If you're in the red tier for 14 days or more, you can open up school. And by the way, they're really saying you should be back in school when you're in the red tier. We chose as a district to play it safe from July to the winter break. We're here today because now we're keeping our word. We're saying we'd like to come back after winter break. Here is that plan, but it's linked to a metric, the same type of metric that I provided you in July. So yes, is it perfect? No. Are there holes in this? Do we need to build mentorship programs at the middle and high school level? Absolutely. Absolutely we do. We can be creative with this work. Had a great conversation today with John Calandro at Lambs. He and I spoke about this. In the AM/PM model, there are ways to do some really good integrated work in the opposite cohorts, in small group sessions, using tutors, using mentors. There's ways that we can do it. So what I would like to say is the presentation, the resolution in front of you does not tie you up. In fact, it gives you clarity. What it also does is it gives you the ability come early January or even late December to say, you know what, this is really not looking good. We've got more information. Maybe we do in fact push this out further. And that can be a board decision that can be justified with the existing situation. I happen to believe that by December, perhaps January, we will have access to rapid testing for students. I believe that, and staff, I believe that will happen. I also believe there will be a vaccine that will unfold over the next year. While it's not a perfect remedy, it's good news. Now, what San Luis Coastal will have going for it, if we approve this resolution tonight, is a plan to move forward, not just to open up our schools, given the metric, but also to make refinements, to make adjustments as we go, and always look to implement things in the best way possible. Educators are planners. We have to have room to plan. I know that teachers are going to need time to plan. I get this, and I'm willing to give them that. So that's, as I look at January 13th, that's 2 weeks after the new year for elementary. Okay? And if we're in the red tier and it's been 14 days, I think we're good to go. I'm not totally confident right now that we're going to see that. So from my vantage point, I think the resolution before you takes Marilyn Rogers' conflict ball and I think makes the best of that horrible ball that is really, really challenging. And I do think for me, the easy way out as superintendent would simply be to play it safe and delay until this year's over and we can reevaluate over the summer. but I do think the harder work has been put into this, a lot of collaboration, a lot of communication, listening to thousands of people, communicating with our labor groups, communicating with our principals, and continuing that work. And I think the plan before you addresses all of those things. It is not a great solution, but I think it's a good solution. And I will yield the floor.
Any other comments at this time? If there are no more, I'd like to make a motion to approve the item, the recommendation to reopen schools and adopt the district learning, recovery, and childcare plan. Catherine will second. Is there any further discussion? It's a motion by me, a second by Catherine. Marilyn? You're muted. You're muted, Marilyn. She's having trouble.
Jeremy, can you help her out?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. There we
There
go.
we go.
Here I am. I don't know why that wasn't working.
You're okay.
I wonder if it's possible to amend that motion to reflect that in January, if somehow we are in the red tier and able to reopen, that we would not reopen either elementary or secondary until 21 days after the 1st of January. Just in an abundance of caution.
I could support that.
So Marilyn, are you suggesting that that everything reopen, that the dates become January 21st, not only for secondary, but also for elementary and Pacific Beach?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I just, I don't think we're going to be out of the red. I really don't think we're going to be reopening in January, but I just want to make sure that we have given a full period for anyone who was exposed over the holidays to, if they're going to present symptoms, they will have presented symptoms.
Okay. Evelyn, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if this is protocol, but in reference to what Marilyn was saying and the heart of the resolution, is it, and getting back to what Chris said about that ability to, with fidelity and consistency, be able to have both, which are, even though the schedule is the same, they're really two different animals, opening elementary and secondary on the exact, same day. And is that really, I guess I'm throwing that out there. Is that really, I know everybody's going to be working hard. Is that really possible? And to do it the way, as safe as we can, I guess is what I'm saying.
I would flip that and ask Dr. Prater, why would it not be possible?
Yeah, Mrs. Frame, as you mentioned, they're totally different staffing. The only it gives us an extra week to plan. So I can